It's a Wine About It Wednesday, and we'll talk college football with Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South in the 8 o'clock hour. Chelsea, how you doing on this midweek edition?
Yeah, good morning. So we had a big night last night. It was Blake's first ever softball game.
Oh.
And as you know, baseball/softball runs in the family. So there is a lot of pressure when your dad is a Major League Baseball player. But Blake, despite looking absolutely terrible in warm-ups and the practices leading up, got a hit on her very first pitch. I couldn't believe it. Like, I don't know what the equivalent is. Like, a player who's not very good most of the time, but just clutch in one moment. Like, maybe she's the Malcolm Butler.
She's got the clutch gene. She's got the clutch gene. You know what? Regular season, Blake around the Mendoza line. But come the postseason, unbelievable. She goes from, like, the big slumper to the big dumper. Like, just all over the place. Hits every part of the field, blasting baseballs out of the park. It's incredible.
Well, listen, the fielding, we still need work. So she played second base, and there was a ball that was hit her way, and she literally just watched it pass and then continued looking forward. She was like, oh, that's not my problem. That was supposed to be me? Oh, well, it wasn't hit directly to me. Because I told her, I was like, Blake, if a ball is hit in your general direction, you're supposed to get it. She said, well, it wasn't hit to me. So, well, somebody's got to get it. Like, there is a problem on our team where if a ball gets past them, they think it's not their problem anymore. So, like, definitely.
Like, whoa, what is that? It's like, that's your ground ball is what that is. That's what
like,
that should be.
That's not my problem.
Oh, that's exciting, though. Did they win the game? Just out of curiosity, like it matters.
I don't think they kept score. So what they do is, like, each team bats around, and then they do that 3 times. So she got on base every single time, which is good.
Good eye.
Despite her swing looking absolutely terrible on the rest of her at-bats. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like a James Harden thing where you know how James Harden can look like really good sometimes?
Right.
And then sometimes he looks like he wouldn't even make it like on the starting 5 at the YMCA. Like, that's how she was. Like, sometimes she looked great, and then other times you're like, oh, man, should I claim her as my daughter?
Well, I'm looking at her scouting report right now, and I was checking this out online. It says patience at the plate, clutch player, hates defense. I feel like that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Right.
That's a player you got to have on the roster. Well, good for her. That sounds like a good time.
It was a good time. And I do think, like, not that, like, babies aren't fun, but, like, this is really, I think, for me, the sweet spot of parenting. When they start, like, the activities, and you get to watch them do stuff and they're their own person. So it's really fun. Like, I know that my parents have told me that their favorite part of, like, watching me and my brother grow up was, like, the nights at the ballpark. Because I will say this, like, from a community standpoint, ball games are so much fun. And, like, being a part of a team, like, I understand, like, not everybody's super into sports, but, like, you have guaranteed friends and you have guaranteed, like, something to talk about in common. So I feel like it is a good stage of life.
For sure.
What's the snack situation like after the game? Orange slices, Gushers, Uncrustables? Like, what's the snack situation?
Ooh, so it's tricky now because I think people try to be healthy, but they also try to be fancy. So it's not just orange slices. Somebody had, like, ice cream cones that were, like, mermaid flavor, which I don't know if it's supposed to be made of a mermaid or just mermaid colors. And also, like, Smart Pop popcorn. And then, like, honest organic apple juice. You know, because here's the thing. Like, some moms are super picky about what their kids eat. And, like, I get it. Like, you want your kids to eat good food. But it's just long gone are the days of, like, Kool-Aid jammers. Because, like, ooh, red dye number 40. Oh.
Yeah. You think any of those kids are juicing? Like Rebecca's 86 pounds. How's that possible? Yeah, she's on the juice.
Jenks, you should have seen the first baseman for the other team. Like, Blake is in the 97th percentile. She is tall, but she is not big. This girl was like Dan Vogelback. Like, I was afraid that, like, Blake wasn't going to be able to, like, go around her to go to first base. And I was honestly afraid for the other kids when she hit the ball because she hit it so hard. Like, I was like, there's a girl that's standing 5 feet away at the pitcher's mound. But, like, this girl was big.
She's
she
a
might
unit.
Be the league MVP.
It's your Aaron Judge right there. Well, keep us updated. Now we've got some actual games to keep tabs on, see how Blake progresses throughout the season. This is going to be fun. Also, when she looks up, she'll see Mom crushing her bets.
Yeah. All right. Nice little night for the bets and for the circle of trust. Jenks, I feel like we talk a lot about the circle of trust for pitchers. Ranger Suarez, our circle of trust king. What a performance last night from the Phillies starter as the Phillies cruised to a 9-3 win. Kyle Schwarber, I believe, hit his 50th home run of the season as well. That was a nice no-sweat win.
Nice job. I was on that as well. Got a dub there. Got a dub with the Cubs on a money line against the Braves. Just a simple -110 price. So 209 for this guy. Dogster took the loss. He was on the other side there with the Braves and the money line. So for the week, Blake has her first hit. You're 3-0. I'm 3-2. The Dogster 1-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Wednesday midway through the week. And we begin in the National Football League, where a surprise decision yesterday in the NFL because Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter will not have to serve a suspension after Spitgate last week. You know the story. Spit right on Dak Prescott, booted from the game, did not play. So the NFL has essentially ruled, well, he already served a one-game suspension because he didn't play in that game. He also has to forfeit last week's paycheck, $57,222. But that's it. That's it. Little slap on the wrist. Carter will be available this weekend, Eagles and Chiefs in Kansas City in a rematch of the Super Bowl. And I have to say, I am absolutely stunned here. I thought the NFL would have and should have come down much harder on Jalen Carter. Instead, they're like, just a little saliva.
Well, I mean, he did get suspended one full game, right? Because he didn't play at all in that game. But do we have any precedent for this? Like, it's such a weird thing because culturally, spitting on somebody is like almost the worst thing you can do. Yeah. But people have been suspended like, I don't know, 2 or 3 games for like actual felonies. So it's hard. It's like the NFL's wheel of punishment. You never know where it's going to land. So I have gotten out of the habit of trying to speculate what Roger Goodell is going to do because it feels like you never know.
I feel like the NFL blew this. The NFL blew it. Like they talk a real big game all offseason. What do we hear about? Oh, we're going to stop unsportsmanlike conduct. They showed videos to each team. Troy Vincent, the NFL executive VP of football operations, at league meetings was telling coaches, was telling executives, watch out. We're going to have zero tolerance for behavior like this. And then this happens. They're like, we got some tolerance. We got a little tolerance. Like, you didn't play in that one game. That's good enough. But if you want to set a precedent and you want to let everyone know that you're serious about this, really serious, you got to do more than this. Even Carter's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, negotiated with the Eagles so the Eagles contractually can't punish him in the future as far as bonuses are concerned. Like, Jalen Carter is a hell of a football player, but what he did is completely disrespectful. And these Dak truthers out there, ooh, did you see Dak spit? I'm like, yeah, I saw him spit on the ground and not on Jalen Carter. It's different. It's totally different. Dak spit. I'm like, not on him, not on Jalen Carter. I mean, God, you ever think there's a topic or a subject where everyone's going to be on the right side? And it just never happens. There's always some people like, I don't know. I saw Dak. I think Dak should be suspended. Ridiculous. Jalen Carter deserved punishment, and the NFL just let him walk away.
Yeah, expect less. Expect less from like your fellow human beings. Because, Jenks, you're like, I think everybody should get this right. I think everybody should know the correct form of there and there, but they don't. And I also think that I could expect like whatever punishment the NFL is going to hand down. But again, it's the wheel of punishment. Like I was trying to find something that would be like similar. Like I was thinking of like, okay, what player might have done something like that? So I like looked up Ndamukong Suh. Remember that time he like stomped on Aaron Rodgers' leg? And initially he was fined and suspended 1 game, but then he appealed it and he was not suspended. Because here's the thing, that actually damaged somebody and it could have hurt Aaron Rodgers' career. Because at the end of the day, like if you spit on somebody, it's incredibly disrespectful, but it's not going to hurt somebody. So, Jenks, do you think this should warrant the same suspension as like a dirty hit? Because obviously the damage for like a dirty hit, which also you say, okay, maybe the person didn't mean to do it. It is, the heat of the moment. It's a tough thing to do because there's no precedent.
There is, but there isn't. Like there's no precedent. But the NFL made it a point to say this is something we're going to reinforce in a major way. There will be zero tolerance. This is the NFL talking, not me talking. The NFL said this is unacceptable. And then someone, before game one of the season, violates this policy. You have a clear chance to say, we told you we were serious, and they're not. This is just a bad example. We saw Brendan Bett from Florida spit on a USF player over the weekend. So I'm not saying it's becoming a thing, but people look to the league for leadership. If you're a college player, you're a high school player, and the NFL essentially said, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, you'll get suspended, but, our bite isn't nearly what our bark is, which is, oh, man, you better not do this. We'll make an example of you. No, they're not. They've already said they're not going to. And also, you can't tell me that the NFL didn't want Jalen Carter in the lineup this weekend, Eagles-Chiefs. Like, that's what I think it is. He already served his suspension. We got to have this guy, one of the best defenders in the game, on the defensive line in the game. I know he's not a quarterback or some glamour position. He's still a hell of a football player. They want him on the field, Eagles-Chiefs.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the wheel of punishment is different if you are a good player.
Yeah.
Because if he was a no-namer, if he was a special teams player, Roger Goodell would be like, oh, we really need to reinforce sportsmanship. He's going to be suspended 6 games. You're like, what? But this guy doesn't even play. So it is different if you are a star player in the league. It just is. I feel like we see this in the NBA too. And these guys know, Roger Goodell knows, Adam Silver knows, you protect your superstars. And Jalen Carter made a huge difference in that game by not being out there. It's the Eagles. This is one of the premier franchises in the NFL. You're reigning Super Bowl champs. So as much as they want to enforce narratives about hey, we're going to really reinforce sportsmanship. No, you're not. At the end of the day, they want to make money.
No, totally. Like if Travis Kelce did this, they'd be like, hey, this guy, have you seen all the talking he's done during the offseason? I mean, he has a podcast. He was in Happy Gilmore too. I mean, he can't control all of the saliva that comes out of his mouth. Cut the guy some slack here. Give the guy a break. If you're a star, you're totally right. It would be different. It is different. But if you're a no-name, or you're some guy that not many of us are familiar with, you're a second stringer, a third stringer, then they probably would have dropped the hammer. At the end of the day, they want the matchups. They want the eyeballs in place so that everybody is talking about the NFL. And look, we're talking about them right now because of their lack of punishment. Either way, the NFL wins.
Right. Well, I think the thing is Jalen Carter gets away with things because he is so good. Because this is not the first black mark on his resume. Obviously there was that car crash where people died. And he was still drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. So, if you're sitting here saying, oh, I think spitting on somebody is going to derail his career. No. It was a car crash that killed people.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you're a star player. You sort of get the preferential treatment. People are willing to look the other way. If you're the NFL, you go back and you look at that and you say, hey, this is kind of a disturbing pattern of behavior which we should not reinforce, or behavior that maybe we should punish. They didn't do that. They don't care. It's a star-driven league. But I am stunned. I absolutely thought we're looking at least a couple games for Jalen Carter being suspended. The fact that he's already served, the fact that he's playing here in week 2 is just mind-blowing to me.
Well, the NFL wants to do things like write sayings in the end zones. They don't want to actually do something. They want something that looks like they're doing something that's very easy, that they can just use some spray paint. It's oh, look at us. We're the best league. No, they don't care.
No, they don't. Choose love, though. Make sure you choose love. That's the important thing.
And also, hate.
And yes, okay. And also, you can also choose hate. We won't put it there, but you can if you want. You're going to be fine. Also, Eagles favored by 1 this weekend in Kansas City. Total set of 47. Coming up next year on the show, time to head to class. We're going to hand out our early season grades in the NFL. Ad is coming up next year on the Daily Tip. It's on the BetMGM Network, and great to have you with us on a Wednesday. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you have a great morning. Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, CBS is giving out some report cards in the NFL after week 1. We'll tell you if we agree or disagree. Made me think about school yesterday. Some of my favorite teachers. Who was your favorite teacher when you were growing up, Chelsea? Could be grade school, high school, college, someone that you just connected with. You thought, oh, this is someone I'm learning a lot from, or someone you connected with.
So I had the same teacher for 3 years in a row because she kept moving classes. And it also was one of my best friend's moms. So obviously she had like a soft spot for me and she like kind of favored me a little bit. So Miss Binkley was her name. And she also got me into writing for the yearbook. And she kind of pressured me into it. She was like, Chelsea, you're a good writer. You are a great writer. You need to do something with either the school newspaper or the yearbook. And I was like, ugh. You know how teenagers are. You're like, that sounds terrible. I don't want to do extra work. Are you kidding me? But she talked me into writing for the school yearbook, and I did the sports section. I really liked it. And then I started writing for the newspaper in college. So I feel like I probably owe her a big thank you for getting my foot in the door when it comes to journalism.
Oh, that's awesome. I've had a few teachers throughout my life that were awesome. I think I said there was a woman in 4th grade, Mrs. Walker, and she sent me a card like a decade ago, saying she'd follow my career. She's so proud of me. I'm like, it's my 4th grade teacher. It's amazing. And my senior English teacher, Mr. Edwards, was incredible. Like probably the best actual teacher I've ever had. Just such a good guy. And then we became really good friends. And when I went to college, we would come back home and go have drinks with him and hang out with him. And he was just super smart. And he loved college basketball. So I would follow Carolina. He was a big Duke guy. My buddy Hoth was a huge NC State fan. He was a massive Wolfpack fan. So we all would watch ACC basketball together, which is weird that I'm on a show now with someone who loves NC State, who went to NC State. But we had a lot of heated arguments about ACC basketball back in the day, and that was with my senior English teacher. So I've had some good ones along the way.
Wasn't your mom your teacher at some point?
She was.
Or did she never actually teach you? So,
no, she did.
Shouldn't she be your favorite teacher?
Yeah, it's my mom. My mom was a very good teacher. People love my mom. My mom taught honors English. So I had her for a period, like 3rd period in 8th grade. But everyone, to this day, like I will get messages from people, friends of mine, or people who know me. We went to the same high school. Oh my God, I saw you were back in Texas. Tell your mother hello. Your mom was the best. I love your mom. I love your mom. I love your mom. Which I'm not. I mean, my mom is awesome, but she was also a very good teacher. But it's weird. Like I always think about that time. It's such a strange time. Like you're looking up there and I'm like, it's my mom. And people would say, what do you call your mom in class? You call her Mrs. Martin because she had remarried? I didn't call her anything. I'd be like, hey. Like, hey. You know, I was very like, this is one I will say is that I'm very lucky to, at least in this area, have grown up in a small town because I made good grades, and so when I made good grades in her class, no one questioned it. They were like, ooh, preferential treatment. Like, it had already been established, like, I'm a good student, so if I'm getting a good grade there's no favoritism. I think as a kid, that's what I was worried about.
I think sometimes it even skews the other direction. Like, I think sometimes I have seen, like, coaches or teachers who are actually harder on their kids. Like, you see it with coaches a lot, I feel like. Jake talks about, like, growing up, how his dad was the coach. And his dad would just take him out to the infield and just like hit line drives at his ankles, you know, and be like, listen, you're going to get this right. And then you've seen like the Saturday Night Live sketches on Tiger Woods' dad. So I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying sometimes it works.
No, I mean, she was hard on me. I think I told you one time I had some homework from her class. And I was like, I need some help with this. And she's like, I can't help you. I'm your teacher. I was like, help me as my mom. Like, help me as my mom. And
right?
So she was very like, no, you don't get any preferential treatment here. I'm like, okay, but also this is where you help me because you're my mom. So she was very good about that. But yeah, it was tough.
I think one of the biggest moments that Miss Binkley, like I remember this in my young brain, is that like I grew up in
Chelsea, are you there?
Religion. Oh,
there you
internet's
go.
being
You're there.
bad.
You're good. You're back.
Anyways, maybe I should repeat. Okay, so I had this class called World Religion in high school.
Okay.
And I remember it completely changed my perspective on religion because for the longest time, you grow up in church, you believe everything you hear. And I'm not saying that it questioned, my belief in God. It's just she showed how there is a lot of the same stories and parables across multiple religions. And that blew my mind. Because, they don't tell you in the Church of Christ that, hey, there's actually a lot of similarities between you guys and this religion. It's in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was one of those moments where you need an outside voice to show you something from where you've been, taught growing up. And I feel like that was a big moment for me. And Miss Binkley was great at widening my horizons when it came to perspective.
Oh, totally. Anytime you can get out of a bubble and whether you agree or disagree, just see different perspectives, that's going to benefit you in the long term because you end up thinking about things differently and ultimately becoming a more educated and intelligent person. So, Chelsea, with that said, let's try to show some intelligence here and hand out some grades in the NFL after week 1. Small sample size. But CBS Sports did this yesterday, right? 3 A's on their list. They graded every team in the National Football League. 3 A's. Jags, Packers, Chargers, 2 F's, Dolphins, Lions. So, they ran the gamut here. And again, it's only 1 week. But in your mind, who is the worst team, worst performance relative to what we saw who they played in week 1?
I feel like the Dolphins looked really
Yeah,
bad. And
they're
maybe
bad.
it's because I actually watched that game because I had a bet in it. But the Dolphins, here's the thing. They also had all of these talks of culture issues last year and during the offseason. We're like, okay, can Mike McDaniel change the culture? Can things look a little bit better this year despite all of the talk? The answer is no. And then Tua had some bad throws too, because that's the other thing. If you're a franchise quarterback, who I will say this, Tua is extremely likable. I am rooting for him. But at what point do you say, okay, maybe he's not going to be, this franchise quarterback? Because they've already given him the contract. He is the franchise quarterback. But I don't know. I feel like we keep waiting for him to take another step. And how old is he now? I keep thinking he's 24, but he's not. So it's not the best game. It wasn't the best film, I'm sure, for the Dolphins to be watching this week.
Oh, man. Well, even Colts defenders after the game were basically saying, yeah, you take away Tua's first read and he's toast. He has no idea what to do. If he can't get it out quickly to Tyreek or Devon Achane, it's over. And now there's all sorts of issues with Tyreek. He's got domestic violence charges against him. He was already unhappy in the locker room. No wonder that Mike McDaniel was wishing for a sweet death a few weeks ago. He's got to get fired. When you lose like this to the Colts and already there are issues in your locker room, you're in trouble. They're a mess right now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're due for a big turnaround. That's the thing. There's very little silver linings in that game because not only did you play poorly, the attitudes don't seem great in the locker room. And your coach, seems a little despondent, which, he's probably going to get fired. It does feel like he's going to be the first head coach fired in the NFL this season. So I don't know where you go from here if you're the Dolphins, especially since, the Bills look incredible. And that's the team that's also in the AFCs. Also, the Jets didn't look bad either. So I'm not huge on the Patriots, but I think they at least look better than the Dolphins.
Oh, yeah. They're bad. It's going to be a long season for them. All right, let me switch it up. Which team looked the best in week 1?
Ooh. I think if you look overall and my emotion wants to say the Bills, but it is still concerning that they gave up 40 points. And the defense was not great. And it's do you need a Herculean effort from the offense and Josh Allen every single time? But at the same, side of things, it's okay, what is your defense supposed to do against that loaded stack of cards? When you have Derrick Henry, you have Lamar Jackson, you have DeAndre Hopkins making wild catches. So I think I would still put the Bills as one of the top teams in week 1. Right? How much do you take away from their performance? The fact that they gave up 40 points.
Well, I don't. Ultimately, if you're Buffalo, you don't feel great about it. But the fact that, look, when you've got an MVP like Josh Allen, you're in every game. And Buffalo knows that. And also, they're going to get guys back on that defense, on the defensive line, after 2 of those guys serve suspensions for PED use. So they'll at least have stronger pieces on the D line. And ultimately, when you win a game like that, look, the Ravens can win the Super Bowl. So I understand those concerns, but when you're talking about trying to shut down Lamar Jackson and trying to shut down Derrick Henry and trying to shut down that offense, and you found a way to win in your season opener, yeah, you're concerned. Every team has concerns after week 1, but if you're the Bills, you just take it and you say, we got the dub. This will help us down the line, and I wouldn't worry too much about it right now.
Well, right, because like champions aren't crowned in week 1 either.
Right.
You know, it's going to be who can have the least injuries and who can progress down the stretch. So it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So obviously some of these teams look a little bit ahead of the class now. And I think a lot of that's not going to change simply because the quarterbacks we're talking about, like unless, you know, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson turn into pumpkins, which I don't think they will, these will be the contenders come January. And we've seen that year in, year out. It's just the problem they can't get to Super Bowl. So I think some of these other teams need to be mentioned as well. I thought the Chargers looked pretty good simply because it's nice to see Justin Herbert, somebody who has gotten a lot of hype throughout the years as somebody who could be an elite passer. And now you start to see, okay, now he's getting a little bit of the reign here. We would think that Jim Harbaugh is a coach that wants to run the ball incessantly. But when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert, you need to take advantage. So I thought Justin Herbert looked pretty good in week 1 as well.
Oh, that's definitely a team I was going to go with. Like, I feel like if you're looking at the list and you're saying, okay, which team had the best week, it's probably Buffalo. But I saw the Chargers, and I'm like, I think it's L.A. They had lost 7 straight to the Chiefs. So not only do you get that dub, you get over that mental hurdle. And I really thought they were going to focus more on the ground game. But hearing Jim Harbaugh talk about how he is ready to turn Justin Herbert loose in that offense. And look, we know Justin Herbert's a known commodity. But if you combine those two things, a great running game where you're strong at the line of scrimmage, even without Rashawn Slater, and Justin Herbert has a great season, they can really elevate themselves and win the division. That was a big statement win against Kansas City, and I thought the Chiefs would be the ones making the statement. I mean, Herbert looked great. We know this is going to be a well-coached team. Madison Beer looks great. I don't know. Kind of fell in love with the Chargers after week 1. I think it's because it's fun to see that we might actually have some real competition in the West.
Right, but it's like the opposite handicap for the Chargers because they've looked good in the regular season before, and then they have been humbled in the postseason. I'm pretty sure I took them last year. Who did they lose to? I think it was the Texans or somebody. Where I think Justin Herbert put up terrible numbers.
He was bad.
And if you look up his postseason numbers, they're not great. Like, I know it's a limited sample size, but how much does that make you pause for the Chargers? The fact that they have not been there, done that. Because it's like the opposite handicap for the Chiefs, where no matter how bad they look in the regular season, they still demand some respect because when it comes to the postseason, they show up and they show out.
Well, this is the Harbaugh effect, right? Like, this is why it's going to be different. And I know you look at last year and you say, okay, Justin Herbert kind of fell apart, but also a week or a year 1 team with a new head coach is still a work in progress. And now I think we'll see that jump in year 2. But this is why you brought Jim Harbaugh in, right? Because you've had these sustained failures where charging became, a verb. They're charging. Great. That's us. We're the team that does that. But I think it's going to end with Jim Harbaugh. And if you look at his every jump he's been, or every team he's gone to, he's been a winner. Everywhere he's gone. Like, he has that sustained track record. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's done it at the college level. He's done it at the NFL level. So that's why they brought him in. And I have full confidence that he's going to be that guy that leads them back and finally breaks that. I think whether it's this year or the next, like, they are trending in that direction where they finally break through that mold and finally have some real success in the playoffs.
Do you think it's overreactionary to say that the top end of the AFC looks better than the top end of the NFC right now? Is that too much of a reactionary take after 1 game?
That's a really good question. I would say that's probably true. I feel like the NFC is more in flux right now. Like, I think the Commanders are taking the next step. It looks like they are. But are the Lions falling back? Are they going to be as good without Ben Johnson? Are the Packers going to elevate themselves? So I think by the end of the season, the NFC could be as strong. But right now, I think we just have more proof, and we've seen more teams solidify themselves as that top tier in the AFC, where I feel like in the NFC, teams are still kind of figuring it out. Like, we know the Eagles are the Eagles, but maybe the Cowboys are better than we thought. The Commanders are on the up and up. How's that going to shake out? I think the NFC just has more question marks at this point. But right now, yeah, I think it's the AFC.
I think it's just really difficult to like come away from that Ravens and Bills game and say like one of these teams is not winning a Super Bowl. Like it's just wild. Like my brain is just not accepting that fact. It's like no, one of these teams is winning a Super Bowl. And just they've been good other regular seasons. Like that's the thing. This is not the first time we have seen both of those teams put on great performances. They haven't won Super Bowls.
Oh, that's true. Look at the odds though. If you had Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs, would you take that or Eagles, Packers, and Niners? I think you'd probably take the AFC, right? Yeah? No? I don't know. Okay.
I don't
Chelsea
know.
says nothing. Coming up next to the show. Perfect time to figure out what everyone has been watching on our streaming corner. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Focused here. You ever get lost in something? I nearly said on the World Wide Web. You ever get lost on the World Wide Web? And then I'm like, hey, Michael, you're live on the radio. Focus here for a second. We were talking about this yesterday. I wanted to ask your opinion before we get into the streaming corner, which is, have you ever had an interaction with a boss where you wish you could take it back or do it differently? And this is not a chance to go after Andrew. We love Andrew. But we were talking about early on in our broadcasting days, because yesterday we had the girls behind the scenes on our pod, and they came on, and we were all talking about how we love working together. It was a big love fest. So, and then that went into a discussion about, well, you never know who you're going to end up working with. You know, it could be a good boss, good coworker, bad coworker. Do you ever have one of those experiences you wish you could just take back?
I don't think I have a specific one with a boss, but like with people, I have those all the time. Because I think when I meet people for the first time, I am so worried about not sounding weird. I'm like, all right, just say your name normal. I don't know why I've ever had this thought before, but you get nervous. You're like, hey, I'm Chelsea. And you're like, whoa, I just nailed that. And then you're like, wait, I was supposed to remember their name. So you see them for the second time. You're like, I have no idea what this person's name is. Like every single mom that's also has a child on the softball team, I have learned their name at one point, and it's just gone. Like, I am just so bad with names. Yeah. I feel like this is the one good thing about Facebook. And maybe this is why I need to get back on Facebook. I haven't posted in 5 years. But it's very good for a visual learner to learn a face with a name that's written underneath it. Because I don't know. People say their names. I'm like, I heard you, but I wasn't listening.
I think the older I've gotten, the more in my head I get about every interaction that I have, especially with strangers, all the time. Like this happened 2 weeks ago, and I this is a perfect example of how you view things one way if you're in your head, and it turns out it's another. Like when we had our podcast, we were live, and I was walking by a table. Anna's our producer for the pod, and one of her roommates was like, "Hey, Jinx, great pod." I was like, she's like, "That's really good." I was like, "Oh, I appreciate it." And so we started talking. I sit down and we talk for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, no big deal. And then I realize, I'm like, Michael, like you're old. Why are you talking to this young girl? Like she's probably like, this old guy won't stop talking to me. I was like, I need to leave. And so as I'm about to get up and leave, one of her other roommates walks by and looks at me and kind of shakes her head like, yeah, you know. And I was like, oh, she was saying like, you should probably go. And I was like, oh, this is so embarrassing. I know. But I go over to Anna, I'm like, because she's kind of in her too, and I was like, oh my God, I think I embarrassed myself in front of your roommates. I was just having a conversation. She's like, no. Last week, a week later, Anna's like, hey, we're really sorry about our roommate. We're really sorry. Like, we felt like she was talking your ear off, and we were so glad when you made eye contact with another one of our roommates, and she was like, yeah, we got to get you out of here. And so, in my mind, I thought they were saying you need to leave. In their mind, they were saying, oh, we got to get you out of here. So it's so weird. So I'm like, oh, I feel better now. But it's two different sides seeing the same interaction and having two completely different takeaways.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
I feel like from my perspective as a female, as long as you're not saying like creepy things,
no,
like it's fine. You know, you can talk to somebody, and for, you know, the sake of argument, like you are a talker for a living. You know, you just did a podcast. You're in the zone. So, of course, you're going to be talking, right? So, like, it's unfair for her to be like, yeah, he's going to be short-winded. No, he just got paid to talk. This is what he does for a living. So, like, you should come into this conversation knowing that he's going to talk to you for a bit.
I think it's my age. I'm like, you know, I'm very self-aware. I'm like, I probably just need to pull myself away here. You know what I mean? So I think that probably has a lot to do with it. But I mean, it's a fine conversation. It was nice to get to know her, and it was totally fine. Everything was fine. But you just never know if you're in your head how you're going to perceive something, and then people perceive it in a completely different way. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be so hard on myself in those situations. But I totally get it when you're like trying to figure out everything. I do that all the time. Now we got to figure out what everyone has been watching over the past week.
What are you watching?
Oh
we enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
We're watching. All right. We found a new crime series. Let me sell you on true crime for a second. I can't not with Blake. Blake needs to be in the batting cages, all right? I want to see a 3-for-3 night next time she's out there. Working on her defense, all right? I want to see a Gold Glover, and I want to see her hit for average. Did the killer call? Did the killer call? That's how Catherine and I say it. Did the killer call? So this is interesting because it's quick. Like some of these crime shows, they just drag, like a lot of series, they just drag it out. I'm like, listen, I know the story. Quit recapping it when you come back from commercial. I know the story. This is like 45 minutes. It's 3 stories within 45 minutes. And they play the 911 calls. And you think you know whether or not this person is guilty or not. And it is really hard to figure out. Part of it is the editing. But we actually had a game where we each had Post-it notes. We had a competition like, all right, after the first segment, we write down guilty or not guilty. We were really getting into it. The second segment, and then we'll compare and see who won. Because we just couldn't figure it out. And also one guy was like, when he's getting questioned by the police, it's like, if you did this, how would you do it? And instead of saying, I did not do this, I did not kill my wife, he's like, well, I guess if there was a Harold number 2, this is how I'd go about killing her. I'm like, what are you doing? And so initially they were like,
the question was a trap.
Yeah. And he didn't do it. That's the thing. He was exonerated. And he's like, well, I think what I'd probably do is pull out a knife. I'm like, are you a moron? So anyway, regardless, it's a quick watch. It's 3 stories in one, and it really kind of keeps you guessing. Did the killer call? You can see it all over the place.
Well, how many of these people who are questioned, like, maybe they're just idiots. Like, they didn't kill somebody, but they just do all the things wrong when they're answering questions, right? Like, I feel like I haven't seen many true crime documentaries, but what is the one that's in, like, Wisconsin, like, The Making of a Murderer? Like the guy that's, I feel like that was his problem, is he just wasn't good at handling the questions.
No, right. and he just wasn't the sharpest guy, and so he would end up saying a lot of things that looked like it was incriminating, right? And a lot of it was, well, you're not explaining this well, or maybe the facts are wrong. And also the police, in some cases, they really want to solve a case and they'll lean on you. And if you lean into that with them, you'll end up getting convicted. So I think that was a lot of it too. But I just could not believe this guy was, like, if I were getting questioned by police, I was like, well, there was a Michael number 2. He'd probably use a shotgun like the killer did. Like, why would you ever say something like this? And they have all the tapes. Like, you get to listen to this line of questioning, which makes it even more fascinating. You can hear someone sort of go through this. So, yeah, we're all about that. We blew through those episodes.
Well, again, like, expect less, Jenks, of your fellow human beings. Like, we were talking about this. If you can't differentiate, like, the usage of there and there, which I understand on the radio, you can't see it. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
These people aren't going to be able to, like, I don't know, escape the allegations. Like, this is why you get a lawyer. Like, doesn't that make a big difference? Like, for the people who choose to get a lawyer, I feel like the rate of them getting, charged or whatever, I don't know the correct term. I don't watch all these shows, but you get what I'm saying. I feel like that has to help. Yes,
you lawyer up immediately. That is the correct answer. People will say, oh, if you're so innocent, why do you need a lawyer? Lawyer up immediately. You'll say, say, I'll answer any questions that you have, but I want a lawyer here just to make sure everything is done by the book, because you don't want to sit there for 8 hours. Then you're exhausted. I mean, if you talk for 8 hours, people can twist your words enough, right? Like, if you have that much information on file, you say, well, what about this? There's an inconsistency. It's like, yeah, I've been talking to you for 8 hours. Of course there is. I'm exhausted. They keep you up all night. Sometimes it's longer. Get yourself a lawyer. I don't know why I'm doing this like I'm going to get charged with a crime.
Get yourself a lawyer.
Get yourself a lawyer.
Commit a crime.
Who's the guy in Texas every time I go home? Get the Texas Hammer. I forget that guy's name. Every single time a guy's been running around in Texas for 3 decades. The Texas Hammer. That's who you need. Chelsea, what have you been watching?
Okay, so I just started watching The Paper, which is by the same makers of The Office.
Oh.
I feel like it took me 2 tries to get through the first episode because it takes a lot for me to start a new show. Like, I don't know if you have this, like, inner dread of, like, starting a new show because you're like, I don't know, it's probably going to be terrible. But the second time through, I got through it, and I do think I'm going to watch it. Because it's by, I think Greg Daniels also does Parks and Rec. And we talk about the circle of trust for, like, pitchers in Major League Baseball, where it's like Ranger Suarez, Paul Skeens, whoever. Like, that's how it feels to me with NBC sitcoms. Like, the circle of trust for me is Parks and Rec, The Office, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and 30 Rock. So if there is any, like, similar writers or if there's any overlap in a show, I'm going to at least give it a chance. So I've been watching The Paper, and I do like it so far. I
was reading the reviews the other day, and they were uniformly positive. Like, most everyone said, this is actually pretty good. And I stayed away from it because I'm like, this is going to suck. But I've heard this again and again. It's actually pretty good.
I think it's like a slow burn. And I think if you remember the first time you watched The Office, you're just kind of like, what? This is so awkward. So it's one of those things where it's not like laugh out loud funny. It's something that kind of you have to think about for a minute. And I think it's cumulative because a lot of it is like awkward incidents that like kind of mount over time. So I think, you know, it's not one of those shows that you'll be blown away by the first episode.
Okay. But it is a unique perspective to us because it's about a newspaper. So if you love like if I would have watched this when I was working at a newspaper in 2017, I would have been like, man, I should get to a bigger paper.
Oh, you worked at a paper?
I did work at a paper.
I love that.
The only sports.
I did too.
But exactly, so like I feel it because I was like, yeah, I have been in a newsroom before. I have been to staff meetings that I don't want to go to. I've listened to people who don't know how to report try and be reporters. So like, there's a little bit of that journalism side that I think if you haven't, you would definitely like. That has drawn me because I was like you, Chelsea. I watched it once, couldn't get through it. I also timed it wrong because football was starting, and then I finished it last night. And I was like, all right, I get it. I'm okay it now.
Oh, I love that. Where'd you work, by the way?
The critically acclaimed Bedford Bulletin, a weekly newspaper.
I love that. God, I'd get my like journalism senses excited. I love that. I love the old school business. That's cool though. All right.
I think also, you would like it.
I think I would. I'm going to give it a shot now. You guys have talked me into it. Also, the Texas Hammer, I looked him up. He's 82, Jim Adler. 54 years being the Texas Hammer. Injured in an accident, called the Texas Hammer. Yeah, my God, still going at it. I would be retired. Coming up next year on the show, lots of great players in baseball. Which ones are truly worth the price of admission? We're going to talk about that next. It is hour 2 on the Daily Tip right here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, a sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Jerry.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, since it is a Wednesday, we're going to talk a little baseball because we do have plenty of days left in the week to get to our football plays. In this segment, we'll talk about the most exciting players in baseball right now and what makes a player must-see TV. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball plays, which have been pretty solid. Pat on the back for us lately. And then at 7:40, it is a Whine About It Wednesday where we get paid to complain. We're at least going to try to make it funny. All right, Jenks, so I saw that there's going to be a new athlete-centered reality show, and it involves George Kittle. So it's going to be called The Kittle Things, and it's based on him and his wife, Claire, and it's going to be on, I think you say it, DAZN. I thought they did like a lot of boxing stuff, but apparently it's like a channel too. Like that's the thing. Like I can't keep up with all these networks. But we know that George Kittle is extremely likable. He is extremely entertaining. And now he has his own show. So are you interested?
Yeah, see. I'll check. I always love my voice cracks on the radio. It's great. I don't know. I think sometimes I will watch a sports reality show a little bit. Like it has to really interest me. That's why I always veer away from sports. Not completely, because I still watch a ton of sports. But, you know, once you do it so much, like sometimes, at least for me, I need to break things up and watch something that's a little bit different. But if the previews are good and the reviews are pretty good, I might check it out. I'm not averse to it. I tend to try to balance things out a little bit more. But I will say this. George Kittle is like a great personality. Like I feel like if you're going to follow someone, he's a guy who's very interesting. Like he has a lot to say and also a hell of a football player. So yeah, you piqued my interest.
I just wonder, like, what will we get from this show that we aren't already getting from social media? Because I think that's the tough part now is that when reality shows first started, social media wasn't as much of a thing. But now athletes can put out all kinds of content and short form content on their social media pages. So it just feels like, do we need a long form show? Because listen, there's all kinds of reality TV shows based on celebrities, former celebrities, and it just feels like the market is really crowded now. And like 20 years ago, a show about like Nelly and Ashanti, have you seen this? They have a show now. And I think,
They're
that
back.
would be a great show, but have I watched it? No. There's just too much stuff.
I don't think, at least for me, that I got to be really, really, really into an athlete or a star for me to know everything that's going on with them. Like at some point, I might be a big fan of someone, but I'm not so interested that I want to follow you around day to day and know all of your inner workings. And also, at least for me, a lot of that stuff is sort of staged. Like it's real to a point, but they absolutely stage a lot of that stuff and they'll reshoot a lot of that stuff because you can't have it be boring. You've got to have some sort of drama happen or people aren't going to tune in.
I think this is a great point, and I wonder if there's enough like adversity going on in his life, or like if there's something that truly makes you question if you want to root for him. Because honestly, I think the most interesting celebrities are the people that kind of toe the line between being likable and like making the wrong decisions.
Right.
Like I'm trying to articulate this correctly, but like when the Kardashians actually have real problems where it's like, oh my God, like Bruce Jenner, that's a big story. And they lived that in the spotlight. Like that was not fabricated. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's why that show was extremely popular in reality TV because they didn't gloss over things. And it was like real problems that the producers were like, nah, we're going to dive fully into this. And Kris Jenner was like, yes, please, we want more money. So I think that's the difference, is that a lot of these celebrity reality TV shows, it's like, oh, the adversity is he going to score a touchdown? Is his wife going to get to the game on time because she hit traffic?
Right.
So I think that's what I wonder about this. Like, is there that real drama where you're like, wow, that's really something, as opposed to like, wow, first world problem, sorry.
Well, I mean, and that's where you have to decide like what sort of content you're going to lean into, right? Because you're probably trying to appeal to football fans, you would think, right? Do you lean into more of the football behind the scenes, football-wise, or do you go more into the family personal aspect, which would glean towards the more traditional reality shows? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I guess it depends on the audience that you're trying to pull in, which makes something about a sports star sort of a delicate balance. Are you going all in on the reality of it, or is it, hey, this is more sports-based than anything else?
But at the end of the day, like, the sports star himself probably has to approve it. You get what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
he is probably has like a producer's credit on this. So like, it's like, okay, story about yourself. Wow, it feels like a puff piece. And why would it not? Because you are one of the producers. All right, so speaking of interesting, ESPN released a list of the most exciting players in MLB right now. And they did it bracket style. And first, from like the top rankings, I say to myself, how is Shohei Ohtani not like in the first 4 players? Like, they crowned Bobby Witt Jr. as the most exciting player in baseball. And if you've watched him play, like, all the metrics are there. Like, from a pure baseball standpoint, he is a true 5-tool athlete. But I think if we're talking about exciting, I think there are other things that go into it. It's almost like celebrities. Like, think about like the best actors in Hollywood. They're not the ones that sell magazines. It's people that have like other things going on in their lives, whether it's like dating somebody who's famous or, you know, having legal issues. So I think for that reason, like the cultural phenomenon that Ohtani is, I think I would put him at number 1 still. And plus, like, what other player on this list has a score bug, a dedicated score bug or graphic on Fox where they say, Shohei Ohtani, 3 batters away, please don't go anywhere. So I think Ohtani would be number 1 for me.
Oh, yeah. I saw, what was he, a 5 seed?
Right?
Now, I will say, they did say that they had Ellie De La Cruz and Bobby Witt Jr. as the 1 seeds based on last year. I'm like, okay, fine. But still, what is Shohei doing as a 5 seed here? Is he a 5 seed? I think he's a 5 seed. He's definitely not top 3. It's ridiculous. I don't care if he was injured earlier this year. He's not now. He's playing. Even a casual fan, like, I want to see Shohei. Like, he's one of those guys you pay because Shohei's in town. Like, you're not going to be like, oh, my God, I got to go to see Brenton Doyle. I have to see him play. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but Shohei should have been easily like a number 1 here.
I think maybe this list is like too in the weeds. Like, and I understand, like, this is a baseball person that wrote this. And so I think from a casual fan standpoint, and listen, like, unless you have the MLB extra innings package, you can't even see a lot of these games. So, like, the players that the fans actually get to watch are Shohei Ohtani. They're Aaron Judge. You know, they're Tariq Skubal if they have Sunday Night Baseball. And here's the other thing. I do think you have to have some type of name recognition. Like, you have to have some, because this is simply most exciting player. This is not best player. This is, you know, a popularity contest, in my opinion. And so I think from a hitter standpoint, you got to hit the long ball. Like, I'm not here to watch singles. Like, that's not exciting, right? Like, we're simply talking about an exciting standpoint. It is impressive and good and worth a lot to your team if you get on base a lot, but it's not exciting. So I want to see somebody who hits tape measure moonshots. I want to see Aaron Judge. I want to watch Kyle Schwarber hit a bunch of bombs. So I think those guys rank higher on the list for me as opposed to guys who hit for average. And then from a pitching standpoint, I want to see guys who sit batters down in dominating fashion. I want to see a lot of strikeouts. I want to see a top-end fastball. I want to see a curveball that has like a mile break. So obviously Tariq Skubal and Paul Skeens. I think Paul Skeens would even go above Tariq Skubal for me, simply because I think Paul Skeens' stuff is a little better. I know he plays on a depressing team, but the fact that he is a 13 seed, Paul Skeens a 13 seed? It's a generational talent. What are we doing?
That's so stupid. I don't get it either. There's there's a thing here that is not tangible, which is the buzz and excitement surrounding a player. Like, you can look at the metrics all day, which is on the complete opposite of the spectrum, right? You have this sort of in the ether, like there's something about this guy. When Paul Skeens takes the mound, like, how many strikeouts is he going to throw? How many guys is he going to sit down? Are we going to see a no-hitter? I don't know. If Shohei is up at bat, is he going to do something I've never seen before? Is Kyle Schwarber going to mash, hit homer number 50 last night? Is he going to do something like we saw at the All-Star game? Like, you can't really measure that. Like, even now talking about it, I honestly, I can feel the hair on my arms, like, standing up. Like, what are these guys going to do? And that's a lot different than Bobby Witt Jr. is a great player. He's a 5-tool player. You can make an argument. He's one of the best players in baseball. All that's true. But the same sort of excitement isn't generated. And you can't measure that. You can't. That's just something that sort of comes with time and comes with being a star in the majors.
I think this is a really interesting conversation when it comes to baseball overall and the era where Mike Trout was the best baseball player in MLB. Because Mike Trout on paper is a generational talent, a 5-tool player when he is healthy, but it's something about like the personality and the marketability that just isn't there. And I think a lot of it is just he is a private person. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, it doesn't come with the territory of being a good player, but from an exciting standpoint, I think that goes into it as well. Like, for me, I put Fernando Tatis Jr. ahead of a lot of these guys because I like the fact that he runs his mouth to the Dodgers. I think it's incredible. So I think that goes into it as well as a little bit of personality.
Well, absolutely. And now we're living in a time where if you are out there on social media or you're in a relationship, that adds to it. Paul Skeens is the perfect example of this, right? Because A, he has knockout stuff. He's unbelievable, arguably best pitcher in baseball. And then it's, oh my God, is Libby Dunn there? Well, you know their story, right? Well, I saw her on Instagram do this. Oh, they were together doing this. Did you see them at game day last year? That kind of thing. And it just adds to the conversation in addition to having a baseball player who is as good as it gets, even in Pittsburgh. So, you know, that sort of buzz is not something you get with every player.
Yeah, it's wild how like the celebrity factor goes into it. Like, Paul Skeens has been in GQ. Like, I know that doesn't mean as much as it used to because like nobody reads magazines anymore, but like it's still cool. See guys who go to like Fashion Week and stuff, especially where baseball I think is one of those sports, since there is 162 games and it's extremely numbers based, that like sometimes you need a little bit of that juice to like keep the casual fans interested. Because I understand the stats nerds do not need that type of thing, but casual fans do. I feel like this is one of the reasons why the NBA does really well, is because there are always personal storylines. You know, NBA All-Star Weekend, I feel like, is like a running joke of like bad behavior. You know, like they make this joke on all the TV shows. They're like, don't let your girl go to NBA All-Star Weekend. Because there's like some drama involved. So I think that's the one thing that baseball kind of struggles at, is that, you know, maybe their players are too well behaved or we just don't hear about it the way that we hear about like the NBA players' personal lives. Maybe we need to get Larsa Pippen in there.
I'm sure she would switch things up. Well, whenever I'm watching a game with the lovely Catherine, I mean, is she someone who leans more into the social aspect or the storylines? And so she'll ask a question. I'm like, yeah, what's interesting about this guy is this and this. She's like, oh, really? It's like we were watching the Masters a few months ago, and she didn't really know the story behind Rory and trying to capture the Grand Slam. And so I was telling her about that and how he'd been so close, and then he almost left his wife, and then they're back together. And all of a sudden, she was really into it because she kind of knew this story. And so when you can pull people in, not just with what's happening on the field, but these different storylines that are fascinating, it's, you know, it's an easier sell.
Right, because we're humans at the end of the day. Like, we are not robots. We are not simply like, oh, that is a grade A talent. Like, of course, it is fun to see a tape measure moonshot. It's fun to see a windmill dunk, but like, it's also fun to see the person behind it. Like, that's the reason why like sports journalism sells, is you want to hear the stories behind these athletes because it also humanizes them too. Like, you can relate more to somebody the more you know about somebody. Like, I think that's why social media is a great tool for athletes to use if they're good at it. Like, granted, there are ways to really screw up at it. But it's wild what goes into like what people's favorite player is. Like, it's not just, oh, this guy has a great crossover. Oh, this guy has a great curveball. No, it's like always other things that go into it.
Oh, I mean, I hate to go back to golf, but hasn't Bryson DeChambeau built his brand in a massive way because he's on social media, because people think he's so likable?
Yeah, well, especially that section of people. Like, he has a very dedicated demographic where it's like
very true.
The young bros who want to live that lifestyle.
Right, but he's found it, right? Like, he's found it and he's elevated, and so people are all in on that.
Right, and he's also good at golf, which also helps. All right, coming up next, maybe we'll be good at some baseball bets today. Looking at the card today and trying to pick some winners. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running. It is Wednesday, September 10th here on the show. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. Jenks, do you ever have a hypothesis just out of the corner of your mind? You're like, these two teams, like, it's always high scoring between, like, the Nationals and the Marlins. Both those bullpens are terrible. And then you look at the numbers, you're like, wow, I was wrong. They are pretty much even. So I was looking at last night's Nationals and Marlins game. And so my hypothesis was this. At this point in the season, it feels like a lot of the depth is really tested. And they have September call-ups, and, like, there's a bunch of, like, new guys on the roster. So one would think, like, that some of these bullpen arms are giving up a bunch of runs. And maybe it was skewed by the fact that, like, the Yankees bullpen, I think, gave up 8 runs in a single inning last night against the Tigers. But I also think that, like, looking at these trends can also, like, help you find some things. Because I was looking at this game because I don't bet on the Marlins and Nationals much. Like, I don't trust either of them to do much. And for good reason. I was just looking at their records as favorites. The Marlins have a losing record as favorites this year. 8-15 as favorites. Oh, what about the Nats? They're 4-11 as favorites. So, like, when the market gives them credit, they're like, oh, no, we're going to suck. So, I feel like these are teams I just don't trust. And there is a reason I do not bet on the worst teams in baseball because you can't trust them to do anything. Like, even sometimes we're like, oh, well, wouldn't you just fade them? Not really. Like, the Marlins are 66-79, so it's not like they're losing, like, every game. It's just there is no clear, like, way or direction to bet on these teams. So I stick with, like, the Phillies, you know, the Tigers. I stick with first 500s. I think we all have our lanes in baseball, and I feel like that is where I plan on staying for the rest of baseball season.
I mean, I don't blame you. I was looking at this Marlins Nationals game last night. I was looking at it this morning. I know. Well, I think the over is going to hit. And so I was like, this is an over game, right? This is an over game. This is an over game. But then I see money coming in on the under. I'm like, which you never follow the money blindly. But my thought process was kind of like yours, which is, okay, maybe this is the right side. At least my handicap points in that direction. But also, is this where you want to put your money on these two teams? These guys just, you know, take a beat, take a breath before you actually put your bet down. So I totally understand that. Like, even if the numbers say this is the side, or this is the total, whatever the number is, if you're betting on bad teams, then anything can and usually does go awry.
Right. It's like betting in the NBA and you're betting on, like, a Hornets-Wizards game.
Oh, God.
Like, if either side loses, you look in the mirror and you say, I put my money on the Hornets. What did you think was going to happen? Or you could go the other side. I put my money on the Wizards. What did you think was going to happen? Because that's the thing. At the end of the day, win or lose, I want to be able to look in the mirror and say, okay, the facts and the figures were there. I should feel good about this bet. Even though maybe the players didn't execute to where the number suggested, I still felt like the research was there.
Yes, I agree. Like, I really want to go over 8 in this game. And yet, at the same time, I'm like, are you really going to be stunned if the Nationals go cold and score a run in this game? And it's 5-1 Marlins? No, I'm not. So, as I say this, I'm talking myself maybe out of a bet. I don't know. But I did like it yesterday. I still like it today. But your point is very well taken.
Yeah, I think maybe the last 2 box scores have, like, influenced my decision, too.
Yeah.
Like, the first 2 meetings between these teams, 15-7 and 7-5. So when you post an 8, and especially the numbers that Jake Irvin's been putting up, like, he gave up 7 runs last time. Gave up 5 in 2/3 of an inning against the Mets. So, like, or maybe that's Yuri Perez that put up those numbers. So, well, Jake Irvin's not much better. He gave up a 7 spot in 3 1/3. So, like, it does feel like the over makes the most sense. And listen, I'm not going to talk you off it. Like, because here's the thing. Like, 8 is low enough to where both these pitchers, even though they don't have good numbers, they could turn in quality performances. Like, by definition, 6 innings and 3 runs is a quality start. Both these guys do that. That's 6 runs there. And then you expect the bullpen to pitch a shutout on both sides? I think not. So I think if there's any play to be made, I would lean towards the over, but obviously we just had an entire conversation about not trusting these teams.
Maybe I'll do it. I feel like you are the more disciplined bettor on this show, and I'm one who is more likely to be like, I'll go big here. Why not? So maybe I'll do it. There's 3 or 4 bets I like on the card today, but I also don't know how much of the stress I want of rolling with these 3 bets. Who knows? It's always up and down. You'd think by now that I'd be like, dude, who cares? We do this every single day. If you like the play, you like the play. If you don't, you don't. It's fine. But I'm kind of tempted to say, whatever. It's Jake Irvin, Yuri Perez. Jake Irvin's been bad. Yuri Perez has been bad this month. Like, he's been really good at home. I'm trying to talk myself into this bet. But also, in August, what is his ERA in August? I found it last night. It's not great. It's almost 7, I think. And you talk about the bullpens.
Well, he's given up 14 earned runs over his last 10 2/3.
There you go.
So
all right, sold.
There's enough ammo there.
Yeah.
There's enough logic and ammo, I think, to justify it. I just think the problem is sometimes you trust these offenses. But again, like, it's never the under for me in this game, especially, like I said, like this time of year with the bullpens being the way that they are. Like, I don't want to sit and stress, the last few innings, be like, okay, they can only score 1 more run for the next 4 innings. That's not a good feeling to have when it comes to bullpens in Major League Baseball, no matter how good the team is. Like, again, we saw it with the Yankees last night. All right, Jenks, so you said you had some plays that you did like today. Mm-hmm. Let's start with my old reliable, and that is the Phillies. I feel like I bet on the Phillies constantly. But, they're having a great season, and especially at home, and especially the way that the Mets have looked over the past few games. Christopher Sanchez gets the ball for Philly today, but they're minus 175 on the money line, so you'd have to do a run line bet. Clay Holmes gets the ball for New York. He's 11-7 with a 3.61 ERA. Total of 8 runs in this one. So, Jenks, the Phillies are in my circle of trust. Should they be on my card today?
Yeah, let's do it. You take them on the run line plus money? Here's what I may do. I got 3 bets on the card. I was going to listen to you to hear what you had to say about the Phillies. The Mets have just...
I like the Phillies.
Yeah, I like the Phillies a lot. Would you go Phillies run line because they're playing at home, or would you do it differently?
I think it has to be on the run line at home.
Okay.
Especially just the way that the Mets are playing. I will say the Mets have covered the run line in 2 of their last 3 games as underdogs, but I don't know. Like, the Phillies just feel like a team that once they break out, they break out. It feels like a really streaky team. So last night, seeing them score 9 runs, I think is a great sign. If you look at their run line record at home, though, it's not very reassuring. Just 35-35. So there's definitely some risk on the table, and it is a divisional matchup. But I'm just not a huge fan of Clay Holmes. I feel like he just isn't going to go deep in most of these games. Like, he's pretty, reliable for not having blow-ups. But when it comes to the bullpen, and I think Christopher Sanchez has a larger sample size of work where he's going to go deeper in games. He's gone at least 7 innings, and each of his last 2 only giving up 2 earned runs over both of those starts combined. So I think I do like the Phillies. Like, if we're looking at, teams that I inherently trust, that is one of them. All right, so what's another game that caught your attention?
I think I'm going to play the over. I'm going to play it down from 10.5. Let's go out to Sacramento. Red Sox and A's. You've got 2 really young pitchers on the mound. So over 10, I know, is a lot of runs, but A, it's in Sacramento. And then B, look at these young pitchers in Peyton Tolley and Mason Barnett. So Tolley has been okay. He gave up 2 runs, 5 1/3 to the Pirates, got shelled by the Diamondbacks, 5 runs over 3 innings last time out. Barnett gets the call for the A's. This is his 3rd major league start. He's given up 9 earned in 9 innings against the Angels, then the Rangers. So the A's, 6th best over team in baseball. Red Sox, the 9th best over team. I'm going to go over 10 minus 122 in Sacramento today. I think these young guys get roughed up.
I think that's kind of been the case for the A's lately, too. Mm-hmm. I saw where they had somebody making his big league debut yesterday. Because some of these teams that are on the lower cusp of baseball, again, it is a ton of young guys. It is September call-ups. Because remember, some of these teams that were sellers of the trade deadline, they got to have somebody fill the roster. And plus, you can make a case, I think, on one side of the coin with the Red Sox offense being so good. But 10.5 is a very high number.
It is.
So here's the thing that's difficult, I think, for a lot of people to recognize is that sometimes it's built into the number. Because I'll hear people do this with football. And they're like, I think it's going to be a really low-scoring game. Yeah, the total's 37.5. So, like, I think sometimes you have to play the number. It's like going to a store and not looking at the price tag. I'm like, oh, I really like this. Well, what's the price? What is the number that you're posting? So 10.5 makes me a little nervous. Like, it's not the under for me, but I can see where you're going with that one. I'm not somebody who bets on A's games a lot, though. Like, I can see, like, the over just because I will say that lineup is sneaky good.
Yeah.
What about the Brewers and the Rangers? I had two thoughts in this one. Like, first off, I was like, okay, first 5 under. Look at both these pitchers. These guys are pitchers we've bet on quite a bit. Freddie Peralta, 16-5 this year. 2.50 ERA. Merrill Kelly, 11-7 with a 3.16 ERA. But it is a little built into the number as the total is 7.5. So, Jenks, do you have a side in this one? Would you lean towards a first 5 under, full game under? Is there anything you like here?
I mean, I like the full game under. You can play under 8. It's minus 143. I like under 7.5 if you don't want to lay the juice. Can you find a 4 in the first 5?
Minus 130.
Oh, shoot. Really? Ooh. Maybe that's the way to go. Right? I mean, 2 very good bullpens here. Texas is the best under team when playing at home, like best in all of baseball. So if you want the full game under, I don't mind that. But I think maybe first 5 under is the way to go. Minus 130? Let's do that.
I think also Freddie Peralta is a guy that I know he's gone deeper in some of these games this year, but he's one of those guys that's usually better the first couple of times through the lineup. Several pitchers like this, like Blake Snell is one of those guys where his strikeout stuff just works better. Like the first couple times you see it, and then I guess guys get kind of used to it. So sometimes I will look at good pitching matchups and I'll say, okay, what about a first 7 under 5.5? Because usually you get a better number, but Freddie Peralta usually goes 5 or 6. Like usually it's 5 flat. He is good, so I think that is a first 5 bet for me. So first 5 under 4, minus 130. I do like that. All right, how about Paul Skeens? We were talking about him last segment as one of the most exciting players in all of baseball. He's pitching today for the Pirates against the Orioles. Pittsburgh road favorites here at minus 145. Baltimore plus 120. And I'll say this, like Baltimore has been pretty, underwhelming for the course of the season. But like the second half of the season, they've been all right. Like they're certainly not going to contend for anything. But I think they're one of those teams that I'm like a little bit afraid to fade. But Paul Skeens also has an advantage here because they don't play the Orioles a lot. Because obviously, Pittsburgh is in the National League and the Orioles in the American League. So sometimes these intra-divisional, or what would be the right qualifier there? You get what I'm saying. When you're playing a team that's not from your league. Interleague. There you go. Paul Skeens has been really good. He has given up 2 runs or fewer against every American League team this year. Like the only problems have come against National League teams. So I don't know if that's an angle worth manipulating here, but I do think Paul Skeens, if you look at maybe an under in this game, I still don't know if I trust the Pirates though. Like I trust Paul Skeens, but I'm not sure if I trust the Pirates. And they have been so god awful on the road this year. They're 22-48 on the road this year. So how do we back Paul Skeens here?
I think I'm gonna add this to the card. I think I'm gonna go big card. Whatever. First 5, I got to shop around, but first 5 under 4 is minus 140. Tyler Wells looked good in his last start. And do you think the Pirates are going to hit him? The Pirates are one of the worst first 5 teams in all of baseball. Paul Skeens, we know Paul Skeens. I mean, he probably won't get hit. First 5 under 4 minus 140. I'm adding that to the card. Let's do it.
Yeah, first 5 unders are usually the play for the Pirates when Paul Skeens is pitching.
Got to stay away from
because it's like
bullpen.
The perfect storm. Yeah, the perfect storm of the Pirates' offense is terrible, and Paul Skeens is like dependably good. Like even when he blows up, like okay, he gave up like 4 or 5 runs to the Brewers, one of the best teams in all of baseball, and also a team that gets to see him more often. So I do think all the factors line up. It's looking like a lot of first 5 unders for me. I think I'm going to do the Brewers Rangers and also that Pirates game. Is there anything else I'm missing here? The Astros and Blue Jays have been a good series. I will say this, the Mariners now just a game back from the Astros. I still do not trust the Mariners. I feel like we say this every year. Oh, the Mariners, they could be plucky. And then they never do it. Is there anything else we should be talking about in this card?
That's pretty much all that I have. I would maybe look at fading Erod. I love fading Erod for the Diamondbacks out in San Francisco. I'm probably not going to play it because my card's getting way too big right now. But right now, San Francisco's minus 115 on the money line. I don't necessarily mind that because he's been a good fadeable candidate all year.
I would like to victory lap a take we had yesterday. What are we doing? The Yankees at minus 175 yesterday?
Yep.
They're minus 165 today. And they got the brakes beat off them by the Tigers last night. I will say I don't like the pitching matchup as much today. Jack Flaherty, 7-13, which is kind of impressive playing on the Tigers to be that bad. But the Yankees should not be that big a favorite. So do not play the Yankees today. All right, coming up next, it is a Whine About It Wednesday, which means it's time to make you laugh about what's grinding our gears this week in the world. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We return on a Wednesday, and Wednesday means one thing here on the Daily Tip. It means it's a What About It Wednesday, and we gon' complain. We gon' complain a lot. We tell you what's grinding our gears here in a few minutes. Here's a small complaint, Jenks, like a mere, mini complaint, if you will.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a meme and you don't send it to anybody, and then it just gets lost in the sauce? Like, you would never find it again. You're like, I wish there was a meme directory where you could search keywords and find it, and it's just you can't, because people will tweet the meme and it's simply a picture. And so Instagram does this a lot, where you're you open the app and you see it, and then it refreshes, and then it's gone forever. And you're like, man, that meme looked like it would have been good.
This happens to me with videos too all the time on X. A meme, a video. I'm like, where'd that go? But memes are even tougher to find. Like a video, if you kind of know what it is, you can search and you'll end up finding it generally. But a meme's even worse, because someone will just put up the meme and their own take on it, right? They're using the meme for a reason. You're like, I don't know what to search for. It's gone. Yeah. Or when I want to show lovely Catherine or someone I know a video, I'm like, oh my God, I got to find this video, and I cannot find it. That drives me crazy too. And I search and search and search. And I'm like, I know it was here, and I just can't find it. I don't know where it is.
We need the Dewey Decimal System to make a return. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What useless information we learned. I remember there was a whole week in school where we learned about the Dewey Decimal System.
You had to know it.
Talk about useless information.
Wait, it was important. That was how you navigated the library. I mean, when I was in school,
how am I gonna find a book?
That's how you had to find books. I remember very vividly doing my thesis and, figuring out where to go in the library to find these research papers or these books that I needed to put in documented research in the past and add my own research on all this nerd stuff. And computers were just now becoming a tool that you could use, but the library had not been computerized yet. So I was using the Dewey Decimal System to figure out where to go when you're talking about a 5-6 story library. It was helpful. Back in the day.
It was helpful.
It was helpful.
2 words that instant stress for me: annotated bibliography.
Oh, for the love of God.
That just makes me oh. I liked school, but that was the worst.
I remember I got so lucky when as I was finishing my thesis in graduate school. I'd just taken my first TV job, and my graduate advisor kept sending me back my thesis. And my thesis is pretty small by thesis standards. Some people write hundreds of pages. And I was like, oh my God, mine isn't nearly this thick. And so I'd send in my final draft ready to publish. She's like, changes. And I was like, okay, changes. There were 4 changes in a semester, and I'm dying. I'm working in TV, and I was like, okay, I finally wrote her, and I said, you know what? I'll just postpone my graduation until next semester. I need more time to add these changes. And then she wrote back, and she's like, oh, Michael, don't worry about it. These are just suggestions. You're good to go. I'm like, yeah, okay, awesome. And then I was like, I'm graduating next week. I'm done. And so I think she was such an academic. She just really wanted to have a conversation about changes we could make, because it was really into the weeds, really into the research, which is, I know this is a really nerdy conversation, but I'm glad that time is over. I almost had to postpone things because of that.
So what was your thesis on?
It was the study of credibility of newscasters versus sportscasters. And so I ran statistical analyses, and I also had 2 actual newscasts comparatively that I had a control group watch and rank. And so this is interesting now because things have changed so much, but oh my God, I'm giving you such a nerdy conversation. My hypothesis going in was that newscasters, by virtue of the fact that they cover more serious topics, would be considered more credible than sportscasters. And you can measure credibility from 4 different characteristics, as many as 48. It varies all over the place. You have to nail that down. But we found just the opposite, which is even more telling today, which is news topics now, and a little bit back then, are so divisive that it's actually sportscasters that get more credibility. Because when you have a final score, you may not like it, you may disagree with how we got there, but that is finite, and you can't argue with it. You might hate it, but in the end, that's it. And so everyone has hot takes now, and so there's a lot of variables that we didn't have to account for back then, but we found just the opposite of what I found going in. And what was interesting is that a study like this had never been done before, so trying to gather information to put it together was tedious, but it ended up working out.
Do you think that would be more the case today? Like, I feel like people distrust the media more than ever.
Yes.
Like, obviously, I've not been around forever, so, like, maybe there's times
Like
where,
I have.
You know what I'm saying?
When people were writing
But,
on
like,
stone tablets.
But, like, I haven't been alive in every decade, but
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like now with social media and, like, stuff just kind of, snowballs, I feel like my point would be this, is that, okay, I don't love some of the sportscasters that are, like, in the best paying jobs right now, but at least, like, what they're spinning and, like, what their opinion is on, like, those aren't things that change my life or change, like, the
Correct.
world. Like, just because Stephen A., like, hates the Cowboys, like, maybe he
Right.
has, like, stupid takes on something, but, like, it's not changing the world. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
When newscasters have a spin on things, it has a change in politics, and it can actually have a change on things that happen in the world.
1,000%. Like, it has more real world effect. I think across the board we'd see lower scores, but ultimately if you're talking about what is more polarizing, then you're talking about because everything's politicized, right? Specifically in the news world. Like, there's not a story that comes out that isn't politicized in some way or the other, or very few are, unless, oh, look at this squirrel who comes to the local bookstore every day and gets his snacks. Like, outside of that, everything is politicized, which is so divisive. So I think even if people don't like hot take artists in sports, it would still be the newscasters, which are considered the least trustworthy or the most divisive. I would agree with that.
It's really morbid. My thought was, like, if I die, please don't make my death political. Like, please only
That's what
talk
Chelsea
about funny
gets for
memes.
being woke. Early death.
Right? But, like, it's crazy how these stories of, like, crime and whatever, it's like each side takes their spin on it. And it's like, maybe it's just a case of crime. Like, it happens. And it's just like, no, we've got our claws into this. And this is because MAGA. This is because woke liberals. So it's just, I'm not a huge fan of that. So we talk about sports on this show. And maybe we talk about some other things because we are a pop culture show as well. All right, Jenny, so let's get to complaining. Let's fire up the engines and whine about it on a Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Wine, wine, wine.
Here on Whining Wednesday
Do you want to hear whining?
on the Daily Tip.
All right, so this is not a difficult segment for me. I feel like I could complain for 3 hours straight. Jenks, what's grinding your gears this week?
People are like, everyone has a complaint. Never tell us an academic story again. Like, I almost nodded off. Sorry about that, but I can,
a sports tangent.
I can get really into the weeds with that stuff. I do find it fascinating. But my complaint is double charges. Like, why do I get double charged for everything? This is happening more and more. If I take a Lyft or an Uber, it's like, oh, charge you twice. I bought something off of eBay. Had to buy a new ice maker. That was fun for our freezer. And I found it on eBay, and I can install it myself and charge twice. And I'm like, why? I go to eBay chat, and they're like, let's check on that. 20 minutes later, oh, this is just protocol. One of those charges is going to fall off. I'm like, if it's protocol, why did it take you 20 minutes to figure out why I was being double charged? You're like, oh, this is how we do things. So it has to do with authorization and then making sure the payment goes through. But if you're buying something expensive and you get double charged, it can take a chunk out of your account and take days to get that money back. And I'm over it. So that's my complaining on this Wednesday.
All right, so my complaint is something that there is a solution to. I just haven't done it. So as I'm watching my daughter play softball, I'm like, God, that looks so fun. I miss the days when exercising was not like going to the gym. It's like playing sports. And I feel like as an adult, it's almost looked down upon. Like, you're like, oh, you're a busy adult. Like, you need to be doing adult things. Joining a beer league softball team, what are you doing? You're a mom. You should be decorating your stoop or making something in the crock pot. So, Jenks, I pine for the days where physical activity was like built into your day. Remember recess? Remember how fun that was? Imagine if corporate jobs had recess. How awesome would that be?
It'd be amazing.
Kickball at noon?
Yeah, you didn't have to. You'd have to carve out time. You're like, no, we had an hour. We had PE. You know, we'd run around or play dodgeball or run around the track. I'm like, I got all of my exercise today. So when I get home, I don't have to worry about carving something out. Already did it. Oh, that'd be awesome.
It's funny. I thought about one of my old PE teachers this week because he had this thing where we played outside and there was this big blacktop. Okay. And some people spit. Like, it's Tennessee. Some boys are just rednecks and they spit. And he would have this long spiel about, like, you do not spit on my blacktop. This is like going to your house and me spitting on your living room floor. This is my office. So somewhere, you know, this coach is just screaming at his TV when he's watching the Eagles game. And he's like, how dare you? This is the coach's office. You spit on that floor. You spit on a person. So, like, of everybody, like, he has to be the most offended by Jalen Carter.
Did you see Dak? He spit on that field. Reminds me of those kids spitting on my blacktop. That's more disrespectful than spitting on someone else. I'd suspend Dak.
PE teachers, what a weird breed. Like, do you ever look back on, like, some of your teachers, like, that was kind of a weird cat? Like, PE teachers, like, their reputation is, like, they're not that smart. Like, maybe they couldn't teach a subject, but, like, here they are rolling in some dodgeballs for a bunch of kindergartners. I remember one of our PE teachers, you could get out of the mile by rubbing his shoulders if you were a girl. You could give him a back
God.
rub. I think I've told you this before.
I think you
have.
have.
I don't know how
but
he's not behind bars.
Maybe he is. maybe he's serving time. You know, maybe he's in Rikers right now. Who knows? God
But
bless.
you get used to the real world. Like, this is the real world, and this
is how it works. This is how you get out of track.
Public schools.
Oh my God.
Oh, PE. We miss it. I wish we had recess. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show, and we'll talk about Jalen Carter. Should the NFL come down harder on guys who bend the rules like this? It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go, baby. Midweek edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us along for the ride. Coming up in our final hour, the NFL brings down the hammer, or maybe the feather, on Jalen Carter. Then in 20 minutes, we'll get into some college football with Connor O'Gara, the senior national columnist for Saturday Down South. Best bets, Donkster ready to go at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on X. We are streaming live right now, also streaming on Stadium as well. You can do so by going to BallySportsLive.com or also downloading the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, the NFL released its punishment for Jalen Carter on Tuesday, and the punishment. Oh, what's he going to do? He's not going to have to do anything, because the league has ruled that after spitting on Dak Prescott last week on Thursday Night Football, because he didn't play in that game, because he was booted from that game, he's already served his suspension. Even his agent has worked out a deal with the Eagles where the Eagles cannot use this to void guarantees in Jalen Carter's contract. So the only thing he's going to have to give up is last week's paycheck, which is $57,222. Outside of that, he served his suspension. He is done. He will play this weekend in Kansas City against the Chiefs. And I cannot believe that this suspension is not more punitive than it already is. I mean, it's over. I thought the league would set an example here, and they did not.
Yeah, the NFL wheel of punishment strikes again, where it feels like you never know what type of punishment Roger Goodell is going to hand down to whoever. And I think on the surface, like, I agreed with you, and I said, oh, well, he needs to be suspended more than, like, that game that he already was ejected from. But if you look at precedent, and, like, you watch a ton of crime shows, like, you know how it is. There has to be, like, precedent. And I do think if you look at the other suspensions across the league, like, Demarcus Robinson got suspended 3 games for a DUI charge. Same with Jordan Addison. Do you think spitting on somebody, like, warrants the same suspension as a DUI? Like, that's what I kind of come to, is that, like, it's not that bad.
It's not comparatively. There's no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe, and you don't have to do, here's the thing, you don't have to just suspend someone from playing in a game. There are more avenues, right? Like, you could have fined him more, right? So I totally agree. I don't want to see someone get suspended for 5 games because they spit on another player, and then they serve 3 games for DUI or domestic abuse. Like, that's completely discombobulated and not right. But there are other measures you can take. So I think the fact that they said, hey, we're already done here, is what's surprising to me. And it's even more surprising because the NFL set themselves up for this, right? Like, during the offseason, they sent out videos to every single team saying, this is something we're going to enforce more punitively this season. This is something we're going to be looking at, which is I don't know if you've seen the video. It's like, you don't need to pretend to shoot a gun after a touchdown. You don't need to step over a player like this after you make a first down. Like, they made this. Oh, yeah. They did a whole production of it. That's what gets me. Like, if this had been a random occurrence and the NFL hadn't been so demonstrative and said, this is something we're focusing on, then it wouldn't have shocked me. But because at the league meetings, they were telling anyone who would listen, executives, coaches, hey, we're watching you. We're watching the players. Keep them in line. So I think with that buildup, then when this actually happens before the season begins and all the players are aware that this is something they're keeping tabs on, for them to say, we're already done, don't worry about it. That's the stunning part. It's not it's not necessarily just the punishment. It's after all the buildup. It's like the talking big. It's like, hey, come at me, man. Come at me, bro. See what happens. See what happens. And then someone comes at you. You're like, oh, whoa. Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. It's just like after all this, they did nothing.
Well, I think like that's what the NFL wants to do. They want to like do something quickly and make a big deal about it and be like, oh, look at our end zones. It says stop hate. Did you know how much of a difference is? Oh, end racism. The NFL did it. They ended racism by painting this in the end zones. Because that's the thing. They want something for show instead of like, how about you do something? Something that actually has something behind it. And I understand like they've probably like donated to campaigns to like end bullying or whatever. But like it's just more of a PR move than anything. Yeah. And here's what I think makes fans kind of crazy is the way that they enforce this when guys even show a little bit of celebration. Because even in this game, I feel like there were penalties of like unsportsmanlike conduct when somebody like even did like a fist pump. And like obviously this is something that we have made fun of for years now. Like even was it Key and Peele that did that sketch where it's like, oh, you can do 1 pump. That's fine. But 3 pumps? Hell no. And he's just waiting there with the whistle. So it's just one of those things where the other thing is, the ugly truth is that Jalen Carter is a premier player on a premier team.
Yes.
If this was a nobody on a team that nobody cared about, if this was a player on my Tennessee Titans, nobody would care and Roger Goodell would level the hammer. Like, oh, we're going to make an example out of this player. He's not playing. Look at how awesome we are. But he's not going to do it to the Eagles the week before the Super Bowl rematch. He knows what's good for his product. He ain't going to do that.
1,000%. Here's the thing. The NFL is all talk. They're all talk.
Yes.
They do this all the time. They just talk such a big game and they say the right things, but when it comes down to it, they know people are going to tune in. They know that there's going to be this outrage. I mean, am I really outraged about this? No. Is it going to keep me from sleeping tonight? No. It's just pointing out what they're saying versus what they're doing. I remember years ago this is when I was in TV, and they were doing the whole NFL, cares about cancer, and they were wearing the pink ribbons, and they had all of the pink paraphernalia, the wristbands, all those different things, right? And players are dressing up, and they're saying, we care about cancer, we're donating. If you looked at the actual donations to like the American Cancer Society or what they were giving to cancer research, it was around 1%. Like they were raking in the profits from all of these jersey sales and all of these wristbands and whatever. Like, yeah, they're capitalizing on saying we are doing something positive here. But the actual amount they were giving was very, very small. Like, we're saying a lot, but we're not doing a whole lot. And then we always talk about it on this show. A couple years ago, Super Bowl in Glendale, guys are sliding around on the turf like it's an ice skating rink. I mean, they had field experts saying this is the worst turf I've ever seen in a Super Bowl. And what did Roger Goodell say? That's fine. It was just fine. That was great.
Fine to me.
He looked good to me. And the same thing here. We are coming down on unsportsmanlike conduct. Nothing is more unsportsmanlike, I mean, outside of trying to hurt somebody, than like spitting in someone's face or spitting at someone. Like that's an easy call. If you're an official, the official is right there. Boop, you're out. And what does the NFL do? He's already done the time. Guys, he's already served the time. Time served. Go ahead and play because we need this guy in a Super Bowl rematch this weekend. This is what the NFL does.
Well, also, like, Jalen Carter kind of has a history that's not the best when it comes to, like, behavior. So I think that's the question mark. It's like, how many instances before we kind of hold it against Jalen Carter? Because obviously in college there was a big one. He was involved in a car crash that killed people. And, like, obviously I'm not going to go into it. It's just, your reputation is how many times have you bent the rules? How many times does it look like you err on the side of, like, hey, maybe this is not a great person. But at the end of the day, have you seen him play? Did you see that defense without him? Right. And the ugly truth is, if somebody is really good at playing football, we are willing to excuse a lot.
Don't you know? Look, if the Eagles were playing the Saints this weekend, they'd be like, we got to suspend him. Like, we got to get this is unacceptable. Roger Goodell would come out, or Troy Vincent would come out, the executive VP of football operations. He's the one who was telling all the the league executives, watch out, we're coming down hard. They'd come out and they'd say, this is unacceptable behavior. This is just unacceptable. We can't do this. We cannot do this. We told you we're going to come down hard. We're going to come down hard. This guy's not playing against the Saints. But, Super Bowl rematch, Kansas City, where the Eagles are favored by what? 1. It's essentially a coin flip game, a 50-50 game rematch of the Super Bowl. We have to have Jalen Carter on that line with Patrick Mahomes on the other side under center. Let's just say time served. Like, that's exactly what's going on.
Let's float a hypothetical, just for funsies. If Travis Kelce spit in Roger Goodell's face, do you think he'd suspend him?
No. He'd say, I thank Travis. I'm
thank
getting
you,
older.
Sir.
I always, thank you, sir. May I have another? Thank you, sir. May I have another? We gotta have Travis and Taylor there. There's no way. He'd be like, hey, I've always had dry skin. I've always had dry skin. Travis was doing me a favor. You know, as much as I travel, it's really hard to get into a skincare routine. Travis was doing me a favor. Like, there's no way. There's no way. They got to have Travis. They got to have Taylor. They have Jalen. They got to have the whole crew there. Yeah, he'd just pat it down and be like, it's fine. In fact, I enjoy it. I love Travis.
So do you think Roger Goodell is a little nervous the way that the Chiefs looked in the first week of the season? Because listen, the refs can only do so much. And, like, I'm not going to, like, go down that road of, like, the Chiefs won and they were mugging the refs. But here's the thing, like, we're at the height of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift madness.
Yes.
But, like, what if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs?
Can we just clip off this segment? What if the Chiefs end up making the playoffs on, like, a controversial call? Like, they're one of the final teams in. Like, they're pretty good, but they're not great. They're not dominant. They're not the dynasty-esque team we've seen in previous years. There's like a pass interference call, like a phantom call late in the game to get in the playoffs. Oh, my God. If that happens, I'm going to go back to this moment. I don't think that's going to happen. The Chiefs are good enough to make it a no-doubter. But you never know. Oh, don't you know that referee watch will be on a full go this weekend against the Eagles, especially after the Chiefs started 0-1.
Well, and especially because, like, there's already reasons to complain, like, against the Chiefs. The fact that the Chargers don't get a home game against the Chiefs. Like, oh, the Chargers, your home game's going to be in Brazil.
Yeah.
The Chiefs. Like, they still won, but inherently that is a disadvantage and an advantage that goes to the Chiefs.
Yes, it does. Also, God, you know what I am not looking forward to seeing is the number of people who come out today and say, where's the suspension for Dak? What about Dak? Dak spit first. Dak spit first. Yes, he did. He spit on the field. Have you ever seen a football player spit, or a basketball player? Well, not a basketball player. Spit on the court. Baseball player. That'd be something. But have you ever seen an athlete, a baseball player, a football player spit? Like, this happens every day in every game all of the time. And Dak spits on the ground, and people are like, oh, my God. I'm like, this was not directed at Jalen Carter. I thought this was a no-brainer. Like, Jalen Carter spit on someone. That's the guy that needs to be punished. And the number of people who are like, what about Dak? Just blew my mind.
Okay, for the sake of argument, is there something that Dak Prescott could have said that warranted this? Because I know people are saying this, and they're floating some rumors. But, like, my argument against this is that, like, the referee's on the field.
Right.
Wouldn't somebody have heard it? Like, whether the players... And we have heard nobody from the Cowboys side, like, making an argument, or I guess it would be the Eagles side, right? Has anybody stood up for Jalen Carter?
No, here's the thing. This is like being in a jury room, okay? Like, people fabricate an idea of what they think happened, and there's no proof of it. So when this went down, and there's so many people saying, well, what about, I think Dak said something. Dak definitely said something. I'm like, based on what? Based on what? Nothing. Jalen Carter himself didn't say that. Yeah, they were talking some smack. That's football. Jalen Carter himself did not say, Dak, spit on me. You're saying it. Jalen Carter himself did not say that. I was in a jury room once, and this woman was coming up with this theory as to why this guy was innocent. And I was like, none of this has been presented at trial. This isn't in evidence. So this is an interesting theory. It was a crazy theory. But I'm like, but this isn't even entered into evidence. So when you're saying, well, Dak did this, I bet he said something. I'm like, did he? Because Dak said he just spit and they were having some friendly banter. Jalen himself didn't say this. So why are you saying it? People create these things that happen and there's no proof, and that just drives me crazy.
I feel like if there was something said that was like, unbearable or like unforgivable, we would have heard about it.
Yeah.
Like no Eagles players have stood up and been like, yeah, I would have done it too. Nobody has said that.
Yeah. The dude in the comments is saying this. I'm like, yeah, you weren't there. Nobody's saying this, but you've come up with this theory as to what went down. It's like nobody is saying this.
Right.
Jalen Carter himself said, I made a mistake. It shouldn't happen again. And that's the end. And the NFL, it was enough for them. Coming up next in the show, how about we go to college football? What is wrong with the Florida Gators? We are going to ask Connor O'Gara from Sunday Down South or Saturday Down South. It is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Back on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up on the show, take an early season look at what's happening in the SEC and bring in Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. Chelsea, along those lines, I saw this video yesterday, which I had missed. Did you see Banana Man at Coastal Carolina? Do you know who I'm talking about? So apparently, about 2-3 weeks ago, Coastal Carolina issued a challenge to its students. And it said, we've got 19 athletic events taking place this week. Any student who attends all 19 athletic events gets to lead the football team out onto the field for the home opener. And so there was a guy on X who goes by Banana Man CCU. And Banana Man went to all 19 events. And so if you look at the video, this is against Charleston Southern in Coastal's home opener. There was a guy running onto the field in a Coastal-themed banana costume leading the team onto the field. And it's Banana Man. This is what makes college football so great. Like, this doesn't happen anywhere else.
How is it a Coastal Carolina themed banana outfit? Like, did he wear a uniform over the banana costume?
Wait, Dylan says he was just there and saw him. Dylan, are you quick to the camera before we get to Connor? He's probably not.
I'll just hop on Mike real quick and just tell you that it was weird. It was just like a banana suit, but I saw him in the crowd and was like, what is this guy doing in a banana suit? But I didn't see him in the pregame stuff, but I saw that online afterwards, and I was like, I don't know how I missed this, but yeah, he stuck out like a sore thumb in the student section.
I love that we sourced this. This is an internet rumor. Oh, yeah. Dylan has visual confirmation of Banana Man. All right. He really did this, Chelsea. Would you dress up in a banana suit and support your wolf pack?
No. I don't even like wearing like humiliating costumes on Halloween. Like, I need to be like made better, not worse. Like, I'm not doing the silly like dress up like a hot dog. No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, you should dress up like a hot dog. It'd be amazing. Come
No.
on. Jake can be relish.
I said no.
Blake can be mustard. Be a great little family event. All right, a guy who does not dress up. He doesn't need to. Why? Because he's doing work for Saturday Down South. Of course, we're talking about senior national columnist Connor O'Gara joining us this morning. Connor, thanks for being with us. Thanks for the patience there as we discuss the important topics like Banana Man at Coastal. But let's talk about the SEC and how hot is that seat for Billy Napier right now?
Scolding. And look, I think that there are a lot of people who came into this season who understood that he had DJ Lagway at his disposal, and that's really what kept him at Florida in 2025. If he didn't have an ace in the hole like that, he would not have been given a year 4. And there are a lot of different projections that you could have put out there for Florida. Lord knows I did plenty of them in saying, well, if this happens, then what does that mean for Billy Napier? None of those scenarios included losing to USF. Like, absolutely none of them. And so this changes the entire conversation. It's the type of loss you just can't have in year 4. Now, last year he worked through a really, really terrible start with the Miami game, the A&M blowout at home as well, and he was able to kind of right the ship. Doing so when your quarterback, your ace in the hole, is the one that's out there and losing these games, that's going to be a much tougher sell. And if you've looked at the upcoming schedule, 1 and 5 could be very much staring Florida and Billy Napier in the face.
I think this is the tough part of like the industry that we work in, is that like you have to identify teams at their lowest and be like, hey, do we want to buy stock on this team? Because now's the time to buy in because their stock is the lowest. Is there any reason to believe in Florida?
This weekend, I would say that there is a decent chance to believe in them to at least cover against LSU. I've been on record. I don't think they're going to fall to 1 and 5. I don't think that is the path for this team. I think they still have too much talent, especially at the line of scrimmage, to be as bad as they were and as undisciplined as they were in that loss to USF. So if you're going to pick a spot, an upset spot, which that's what these next 4 games are going to be, like their next 3 games are against top 7 teams. And then after that, oh, by the way, you got to travel to Texas A&M, who has a monstrous showdown this weekend at Notre Dame. We'll wait and see where they rank. But I think you can pick your spot and say Florida money line in one of these games, one of these next 4. I think they're too good of a team to just endure a tailspin like that. But when that's going to be, what that's going to look like, that's a really, really tricky thing to be able to predict.
Connor, we've got one more week before monster matchup between Alabama and Georgia. But what is going on with Bama? It's not the same as Florida, but certainly Kalen DeBoer and his era has not gone as Crimson Tide fans have hoped. Are they going to be okay, or are they trending in the wrong direction?
So they'll get the bye week next week, and then Georgia after that. Thankfully for them, they might need it. Honestly, like that's a team that looked like it needed a reset in the middle of the third quarter against Florida State, and for them to be able to kind of have everybody kind of back off of the Alabama preseason conversation, they can quietly go out there and take care of Wisconsin. We'll wait and see what the quarterback situation looks like with Wisconsin with the Billy Edwards injury, but I don't necessarily have this belief that they can all of a sudden turn around and win a national championship or anything like that. Can they turn around and still end up being like an 8-4, 9-3 type team? Sure, but you're the team that's lost 4 games to unranked teams in the first 14 games of the Kalen DeBoer era. All those games, you're at least, a 2-touchdown favorite? How do you have faith in a team like that? And when the road issues have been so evident, I mean, what are they, like 2-5 in games away from Tuscaloosa? It's under Kalen DeBoer. Like, it's been really, really bad and a hard team to trust when they have these big time road matchups. And that Georgia game, yeah, maybe they're going to do some things against Wisconsin that make you think they've kind of turned the corner a bit. Georgia hasn't lost at home in a night game since 2009. Ooh. Yeah. So expecting this Alabama team that has struggled mightily on the road to turn around against Georgia and to be still sitting there with only 1 loss going into October, I think that's unrealistic. And I think way, way, way more likely is that Alabama is staring at 2 losses going into October.
Somewhere Thomas Castellanos is saying, see, I told you, Nick Saban ain't walking through that door. I told you. It was a great quote. So we have a big matchup this week, and you kind of alluded to it. Texas A&M, Notre Dame. Why is this specific game important to the college football landscape as a whole?
It's huge for Notre Dame. I think too many people are assuming that 10-2 Notre Dame is just in the playoff and forgetting that last year 10-2 Miami, 10-2 BYU were both power conference teams that got left out of the college football playoff when they weren't playing in conference championship games. We know Notre Dame, no matter how good it does the rest of the year, will not be playing in a conference championship game. Look at the rest of that schedule after A&M. None of those teams are currently in the AP Top 25. Now, that is obviously subject to change. I don't need to get into the AP poll and the variance of it, which was under a bit of fire yesterday. But there's still a notion, in my opinion, that this is a must-win game for the Irish. And there are a lot of people that look at Notre Dame as a potential at-large bid stealer and like knowing you need that team to lose. And now last year after Northern Illinois, everybody wrote them off. And then what do? They didn't lose a game until the national championship. So they're certainly capable of a turnaround. But I think this game is monumental for the Irish. And against an A&M team that's 3-12 in true road games the last 4 years, they haven't beat a ranked team on the road since 2014. This would be a change the perception type of game for Mike Elko, who last year was off to a great start, and then it finished the way that it always does for A&M, 8-4 regular season. This is the type of game that you can bust through and change the opinions of people. So I do think that it is a massive, massive game for the landscape of college football.
I'm talking with Connor O'Gara, who covers the SEC for Saturday Down South. We were talking about Tennessee yesterday, which has looked really good and has, I think not really, at least in my view, turned as many heads as maybe they should have early in this season. Are they legitimate because they have a massive game this weekend coming up?
They'll be legitimate if they beat Georgia. And honestly, if they pull this off this time, I don't think it would be the stunner that would be in years past. Now, I still think Georgia's going to win that football game just because I've seen too many Kirby Smart, Josh Heupel matchups to think that it's going to go any other way. And you could look at Georgia so far, what they've done, and say, they've been really conservative offensively. They've been playing with their food these first 2 weeks in cupcake matchups, and Tennessee has looked the part. They obviously blew out Syracuse, and then they beat an FCS team in week 2. But I do think that there is still that sense that Kirby Smart just has Josh Heupel's number. And Josh Heupel knows that he needs to get over this Georgia hurdle because, it's an 8-game losing streak to the Dogs. He owns half of that losing streak, and they've only averaged 14 points per game. In quarters 2 through 4 during the Josh Heupel era, they've been outscored 106-20 by Georgia. So even if you're live betting this game, you're like, oh my God, Tennessee's opening script looks great. I give that a little bit of pause and know that Georgia usually figures this out. Now, this is a much, much earlier game than what we're used to seeing with these two teams, and maybe that's going to be the difference for Tennessee. Timing could be right. Joey Aguilar has certainly looked the part. You trust a Tim Banks defense to be able to kind of navigate a lot of turnover. I wish they had their top 2 corners for this one. They will not have those guys available, so that could be a big difference. But man, if there's ever a time for Tennessee to show that they're legitimate and they're over an awkward offseason, I think a game like Georgia is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah. All right. So a lot of hype coming in on Oklahoma after a big win over Michigan. Are you buying into the hype on John Mateer?
I'm buying it from a standpoint of he's a difference maker, and it's such an upgrade last year. It's not even close. And I don't mean to totally disrespect Jackson Arnold because Lord knows he was in a really, really tough situation. They had 8 different offensive line rotations. Their top 5 receivers were out by the end of September. Their offensive coordinator doesn't even make it, to double-digit games last year. Like it was really, really rough. It was, Luke Combs says ain't no love in Oklahoma. There was ain't no offense in Oklahoma last year. So the bar was low for John Mateer to be able to exceed. And my goodness, has he exceeded it already. You see the plays that he makes in that Michigan game and you go, that'll play against the SEC. The ability to turn himself into a running back, that's really what he's done so far. Now they need to figure out the non-Mateer options in that ground game, but you combine his skill set with a Brent Venables defense and you're like, whoa, Oklahoma looks really good. Now I talked about Notre Dame and how none of their remaining opponents are in the AP top 25 currently. All 8 remaining SEC opponents for Oklahoma in the AP top 25. That schedule is difficult, really, really difficult. If they go 9-3, they should be in the college football playoff, and John Mateer could be talking about a Heisman campaign. Like that is very, very realistic for this team. I think he still makes some of those mistakes. I think they still need to add some of those other elements on offense, but man, the early returns have been really, really good for Brent Venables.
Connor, a couple minutes here. I'm a Texas guy, went to UT, so what is the ceiling now for the Longhorns with Arch, and could Sark have maybe come up with a better comparison to the Manning face?
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
Probably.
Sark he's kind of just tiptoeing around everything. You see the way that he talks about Arch's use of the bathroom, or apparently whatever that shoulder strain was. Whatever. I'll wait and see how that plays out. Yeah, look, it's the best defense in college football, and that's the good news for Texas. I came into this year saying Arch is in such an ideal situation because he's not going to need to go out there and score 35 points. Their backfield's going to be really good if C.J. Baxter can stay healthy. Trey Wisner is the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC, and that defense is loaded with talent at every single level. So if you're a quarterback like Arch Manning is first-time QB1, and I realize he had 2 starts last year, but first-time QB1, you're thinking, all right, I got time to kind of ease my toes into this a little bit. Ohio State game was not an ease my toes game at all, but the runway is still there for him. And I still find myself buying Texas being a team that's going to have legitimate national championship aspirations. Maybe they won't make it to an SEC championship, but man, I just think that you can still do everything with Arch in that offense. And that's why people talk about him the way that they do. It doesn't mean that he's a finished product, but everything is on the table with him. And that is what's going to be so intriguing with Texas moving forward.
He is Connor O'Gara, senior national columnist for Saturday Down South, covering the SEC. And Connor, we appreciate the time this morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. I think he's absolutely spot on there about Sark and, Arch, which, I think people's expectations have started to fall a little bit because there's still a high ceiling there, but he is still a work in progress. But that is the good news. He's spot on, which is, look, you don't have to be spectacular right now because of this defense. And now that date in Gainesville against Florida in 3 weeks doesn't look so daunting. So I think Texas is going to be okay. Or maybe I'm just talking myself into it.
Yeah, it's coping. It's manifesting. But you're right. Like, we have seen teams, especially in college football, where the quarterback hasn't had to do that much. Like, most notably, remember J.J. McCarthy? How many times did he throw it in, like, the second half of that national championship game? I think it was, like, 5 times, something like that. Because I know people are like, oh, J.J. McCarthy never lost a game in his life. But you're saying to yourself, well, he had a lot of help at Michigan. Like, it wasn't him just like, going, 35 for 36 with 400 yards. There were a lot of pieces around him.
Correct. Although now apparently he's the next Tom Brady after 1 quarter of play in the National Football League. Right? It's over. There's your next Hall of Famer. 1 quarter of play. Boom. There it is. I mean,
Stop the count.
Stop the count. Yeah, it's over.
He's done.
Coming up next here on the show. All right. It is midweek money-making time, baby. Sledgehammer us. That's right. Best bets coming up. No, doesn't work for this show. We'll talk to the Donkster as well. That's coming up next here on the Daily Tip. On my back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday. Great to have you with us. Midweek edition. Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming up on the show. I think I'm going big card. Talk myself into it like I normally do. Chelsea, what's going on with you today? I'm going to go home. I'm going to order, maybe I'll make some breakfast. I don't know. Might order DoorDash. Yeah, a little DoorDash. You know me. I'm pretty predictable. I like to have it right there when I'm arriving. Maybe I'll pet the cat for a while, have some breakfast, and just relax for a little bit. What about you?
That reminds me. Like, sometimes it's nice to just stop and, like, pet the cat. And that is not a euphemism. So we have the lovely Dabby Doo. And she is so sweet. And she just purrs constantly. And sometimes I wonder for the people who make those, like, spend a day in the life for me. And they have, like, all these timestamps where things are just back to back to back. Like, I wonder if they stop and do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where, like, in real life, I feel like there are little instances where, like, I spend 7 minutes picking at my face, you know, or doing something that's like not on the schedule. But like, you stop and do things. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where, like, I don't understand, like, where people get these timestamps of their day. Where are they robots? Do they not stop and like sit or like, hey, I'm gonna like read this magazine for 3 minutes, or, you know, tie my shoe? It just feels wild to me, and I feel like I hate those like videos for that reason.
Oh, I think you're spot on. Like, there's something to be said for just carving out a little bit of space and just breathing for a second. Like, I found myself doing that where I'm like, all right, you know, I don't need to be on my phone right now. My cat's here. I'm just going to sit here for a little bit. You'd be amazed at the calming effect it has on your presence. Like, I mean, science backs that up. Like, if you spend time just petting an animal, that's why they'll bring, you know, an animal to people who are, you know, suffering from different ailments or whatever it may be. And just being with an animal in that moment can actually calm them and make them feel better.
Ooh, Jenks, I've got some animals I'll be petting this weekend. We are going to a Western-themed wedding at a farm. And they said you can get up there like 3 hours early if you want to. You can go fishing. You can pet the animals. They have like goats and chickens and cows and horses. So I'm really excited for that. I'm going to break out like a bolo tie.
Are you?
I have never been to like a themed wedding before, but it does seem fun.
Oh, I don't think I've ever been to a themed wedding. Except my own. It was disaster in the making. Theme was my first wedding.
The theme was misery.
The theme was misery. Future misery. You just don't know it. It's a very subtle theme. Oh, are you really going to wear a bolo tie? That'd be awesome.
Either that or a cowgirl hat. Like, I want to do something. Because, like, she's a very over-the-top person, and she, like, wants people to dress like this. And I think it's a fun thing where I feel like as an adult, you don't get that many opportunities to, I don't know, do something different other than Halloween. So I think I'm going to lean into it.
I think you absolutely should. That sounds like a good time. Also, I always find, I've heard about that, like weddings being themed. Like, I think one of our DJs that we interview different DJs, which is weird. I'm like, we have an interview process, but people plan weddings so far in advance. I'm like, I can't believe, and they just like, I'm having a 45-minute Zoom conversation with a DJ, but the stories they had, like, you're not going to surprise us. We've seen it all. Like, we've seen it all. Like, you know, we had one couple.
What does that mean?
He was basically saying, like, themed weddings, music, everything from we only want country music to this is going to be like an EDM party, but it's going to be a wedding. He was like, so you're not going to throw us off by any request that you have. Like, because this is what we do and we've done it for years. And of course, couples and relationships come in different forms. So he's like, whatever request you have, we can pretty much accommodate it, which sort of makes sense if you think about it.
Like, what's the weirdest song you could request? Like the Star Spangled Banner? Maybe something from Star Wars? Like, if you're like, listen, we love America and you should too. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance followed by the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh. Well, you know what? I know your mom wrote that song, co-wrote that song for Lee Greenwood, which was a #1 hit. Lee Greenwood, and, you know, he's very famous for, you know, God Bless the USA.
God Bless the USA.
But I know, because I was a DJ during this time, he took advantage of that run and released an album after that came out. I think it was called American Patriot, and it's nothing but like singing the Pledge of Allegiance, singing God Bless Him. It's nothing but like American songs. He tried to run that. He ran that in the ground.
But like the Heartland loves that. Like,
oh yeah,
I think this is the correlating story is that I was on Broadway one time here in Nashville, and they literally played the Star Spangled Banner. Like a band that was playing live played this. People went crazy. Because, like, think of the demographic on Broadway in Nashville. Like, people that, like Kid Rock, you know? So, like, those people are like, hell yeah, America, hand 'em my heart, drink a beer, it's time to shotgun one. So, like, it's playing the demographic.
Yeah.
It's like those people do love America.
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to
That's not the
flag.
Star Spangled Banner.
God, crazy. Going on next to Bet Sweats, Joe and Sammy P discuss which live dogs are worth playing this weekend and give their NFL power rankings. Nate Collins from the Green Light Pod joins at 9:20. Caroline Fitton joins to talk college football at 11:20. Let's hand out some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. True American. Let's have a winner.
Hell yeah. All
Hell
right, so
yeah,
true
brother.
Americans bet on trustworthy pitchers like Mountain of a Man, Paul Skeens. All right, so Paul Skeens starting for the Pirates today, going against the Orioles and Tyler Wells. So this feels like a match made in heaven when it comes to a first 5 under. This is a play that we have been riding for most of the season, just banking on the fact that Paul Skeens is really good. So one side of the equation feels like it's locked and loaded for an underplay, especially going against the Orioles, who are not one of the premier offenses in all of baseball. I also think the fact that this is an interleague matchup, the fact that the Pirates are in the National League, Orioles in the American League, these are not teams that see each other that often, so advantage goes to the pitcher. Then you look at this Pirates offense, and boy, is it pedestrian, especially in the first 5 innings of play. In fact, the Pirates are scoring the second fewest runs in the first 5 innings of play of any team in all of baseball. So I'm sorry, Paul Skeens. I'm not banking on any run support here. Let's go first 5 under 4 for -150 between the Pirates and the Orioles.
Okay. All right. I was going to go small card. I'm going big card instead. You knew I'd do it. Okay. I'm going to be on that game. Let's do the early game. Brewers and Rangers. I'm going to play some of these numbers up. I'm doing a lot of totals today. I would recommend betting them at their normal numbers, not laying the juice, unless you want to tail me here, fade me, whatever it takes to win yourselves some money. Let's go Brewers Rangers. First 5. I'm going to switch this up. Do I want to switch this up? No. Let's go under 8, -143. Oh, didn't we talk about first 5, though, Chelsea? Brewers and Rangers? Is that the better play?
What price do you want me to give you? I can look it up real quick.
Let's go, you know what? Let's do first 5 under 4.
It's -130.
-130. Let's do that. Freddie Peralta, Merrill Kelly. Yeah, I like that number instead. So Freddie Peralta, 29 consecutive scoreless innings. Think about that for a second. 29 consecutive scoreless innings. Has not allowed an earned run since August the 5th against the Braves. Merrill Kelly has turned it up since joining the Rangers. 2 runs or less in 5 of his last 6. It's an early start. Texas is the best under team in Major League Baseball when playing at home. So, first 5 under 4, -130. Also, Red Sox at A's. Playing this down, we're going over 10, -122. 2 rooks on the mound. Peyton Tolley, 0-1, 7.56 ERA, going up against Mason Barnett, 1-1 with an ERA of 9. Tolley has been okay, got shelled by the Diamondbacks last time out. 5 runs over 3 innings. Barnett is getting the call for the A's in his 3rd ever Major League start. He's given up 9 earned in 9 innings. A's 6th best over team in baseball, while the Red Sox are 9th best to the over. So I think we see a ton of runs today in Sacktown. Let's go over 10. Again, also on the Pirates and Orioles. And we debated it. We went back and forth, back and forth. Let's do it. Nats Marlins over 8. -129. This has definitely been an over series. A ton of runs scored. Jake Irvin going for Washington, 8-11, 5.71 ERA on the road, ERA over 6. Yuri Perez, 4 runs or more in 5 of his last 6 outings. He has not seen the Nationals this season. I don't think it matters a lot because they should be able to get some runs off of him. His ERA has jumped to over 5 in August. Nationals with a terrible bullpen, as we know, a top 5 team to the over. So let's do it. Over 8, -129 in Miami.
Yeah, I feel like this time of year, bullpens alone can give up big numbers. Like,
Yeah.
we saw it even with good teams. Like the Yankees bullpen was depressing last night. They should have had like Little League rules where, okay, the entire lineup has batted around. Now let's give the other team a chance. Because literally the Tigers batted around. It was terrible.
I want to see that today. I need to sack some dubs, so let's do it. Okay, before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, let's bring in the Donkster. Donkster, it is your time, my friend. What's going on?
You guys think Banana Man is cool? Oh, I've got a banana, man.
Donkster.
That was coming.
Gross. Do you ever think about not being pervy?
Not really. Sometimes the lady will call me on the phone from HR, but then I start smooth talking her, and she tells me to keep doing what I've been doing.
You don't believe that. Do you have a bet?
I do. Blue Jays, money line, hosting the Astros.
Okay. What is next on Bet Sweats? For that, there he is. Boom. Just in time. It is our friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe,
what was the team? What was the MLB team?
I think it was the Blue Jays. That's not how.
The Blow Jays.
The Blow Jays, according to the Donkster.
The BJs.
The BJs.
Obviously, for sure.
That's it. Yeah,
I
sure.
definitely heard a broadcaster say that once on accident on the air.
Not purposefully, like the Donkster.
Yes, the Donkster. He had it written out for him. Somebody came up with that one last night, but yeah. 3.5. I feel like I'm the only one that likes the Commanders tomorrow.
I like the Commanders.
Okay.
That half point, that hook,
They're
right?
in my teaser. 9.5.
9.5. Yeah. I don't want to say it's overreaction because it's legit, but I'm like, okay. I mean, people just think that with Parsons it's automatic, and he was great in limited time. But that game was just. We might be looking back and saying maybe that was more Lions than Packers.
I think that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Like the Lions without Ben Johnson, maybe just a different football team this year.
Yep.
Joe, good to see you. Have a great show. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Wednesday. Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. A lot of fun planned today. First hour, every single day, we are live on Stadium. WatchStadium.com/live. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you right to the Odyssey app. Follow the BetMGM Network there. Do the same on the show of Bet Sweats at the BetMGM Network on YouTube and Twitch for the video platform of the show. And, of course, we are on X at Bet_Sweats. Nate Collins hanging out in 20 minutes from right now. We will get into our power rankings, the biggest overreactions that we are seeing right now in the NFL, dogs and teasers, week 2 line moves, college football line moves as well. Foul territory guest Caroline Fenton will jump on this show as well. Sammy P, what's good?
I'm trying to connect the proper microphone, Joe. That's where we're at. This show just always has something technically incorrect. I'm hitting the right microphone and hitting reconnect, and it's not sticking. So this will be another work in progress for your boy Sammy P.
Oh, man. See? You go to the Score Studios for a couple of days, you come back home, and everything goes haywire. That was going on with me for a couple days. I think I eventually was able to figure it out, but we'll get that hammered out. Should be just a couple clicks of the button. We have some news going down in the NFL that we want to hit off the top. Also, Major League Baseball as well. We will get into some baseball, with the now jumping into the fall season with baseball, kind of the middle of the week. We'll follow all the big stories, but as the regular season winds down, that's when we'll be able to attack baseball, different storylines, maybe different betting angles as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. One big nugget that dropped from the NFL was in favor of the reigning Super Bowl champions. So they're saying we're not suspending Jalen Carter because Jalen Carter served his suspension. The ejection from the game before he could play an actual snap in that game, the NFL is saying that was the suspension. He's going to hand over a game check of $57,000. So the NFL is saying, look, moving forward, if you spit on someone, a despicable act, it is a one-game suspension, even though I don't consider Jalen Carter receiving a one-game suspension because we never went into a week saying Jalen Carter is suspended.
I'm sure that'll really put a dent in his $970,000 salary and his $3.2 million signing bonus. Watch him spit on somebody else. I'd love a line on spits for the rest of the season. Is it half or is it 1.5 spits for Jalen Carter? Probably a half, and you juice the over, right?
Yeah, I don't think this was enough. This is ridiculous. And it would affect the line move. Like, look, part of evaluating the Eagles moving forward in this matchup with the Chiefs was they didn't have Carter in that game. So it's a different handicap if we know going in that we're not going to have Carter. But now we know that they're going to have Carter this week. So I disagree with it strongly. It's a disgusting act. I do wonder, what if it's not a star player? What if it's somebody else? What if it's not a very popular team? If it's not the Super Bowl champs, do you have the same, I don't know, where they're just like, no harm, no foul, we're good. Ejected from the game, that's fine. Not good enough as far as I'm concerned. NFL inviting this to happen again. A lot of times you need to make moves. You need to make decisions, punishments, so that it never happens again. It's not the same thing, but they did do that with gambling. If you get busted, you're not playing for at least an entire year. You're risking ever playing again. Now a lot of guys are like, no, it ain't worth it, not doing it. Holy crap. This is real, guys. This is real. Now it's like, psh. NFL's laughing at it. They're laughing at the NFL. I think that's a joke. Jalen Carter should be suspended for more than what we saw. Kittle goes on IR. San Francisco put in a tough spot at the start of the season. Kittle dealing with this hamstring injury, officially goes on IR. Now you have multiple weapons. We went into the last San Francisco game against Seattle saying, oh boy, a lot's going to run through Kittle. And now he's removed from the equation. Puts even more pressure on CMC. But we're talking about missing at least 4 games. New Orleans this week, Arizona, Jacksonville, and a big divisional game against the LA Rams. That's a big blow to the 49ers offense.
I still think they can win, even if Mac Jones has to play quarterback, because that's the other part of the equation. We know Kittle's out, but in terms of who's playing quarterback, it might not be Brock Purdy. You do need these guys, though, big picture, obviously. San Francisco can't do big things, can't go over the win total, can't win the division, can't win the conference, and so on and so forth if all of their guys are dying on offense. I mean, this is maybe the most red depth chart in the league already, and it's not even week 2 yet. So many bodies are banged up on the offensive side of the ball, yet they are still 4.5-point favorites at New Orleans. That's how bad the Saints are. That's how bad they are. And you would think that even with Mac Jones and potentially a couple bodies down on that receiver room, they could still win. I'm not going to bet New Orleans because I think they stink. And I also think San Francisco's defense is still good enough to solve Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck if they eventually make a move, whatever. But this is alarming. As somebody holding a lot of Niners stock this season, this is not ideal. But it's also not really a surprise because a lot of these guys are brittle. You know, McCaffrey is an injury away from being out for a long time. Kittle's had issues before. You knew the receivers were hurt coming into the season. I still think they can win, even if they go to Mac Jones, but this is not great for a long-term believer in San Francisco.
Yeah. You know, my first thought, it went to Survivor because everybody's still alive, said, I don't want to use San Francisco anytime soon. Like, why would you do it in the first 6 weeks of the year? Wait till everybody's back, everything's going, especially with this offense. So the idea is Kittle might return at Tampa Bay. Ayuk might return that same week. So that might be the time when you want to start betting on San Francisco. I don't know what to expect out of Mac Jones. And he doesn't have weapons. And you're just looking to come out alive. That's tough to take the Niners with margin. But do we need to consider New Orleans? They're just going to try and get out with a win like they did this past week, a 3-point win in a divisional matchup against Seattle. Boy, to win by margin, there's no chance I would be taking San Francisco. I'll just say that. I'm not telling people to bet on New Orleans, but I'm not interested in backing the Niners here on the road.
You don't think it's a good idea to put your $1,000 Survivor entry on Mac Jones on his shoulders? You don't like that idea, really?
Well, I'm saying ATS. I'm saying ATS.
No, I'm thinking Survivor.
That too. I'm not interested. You're insane. Week 2. Why do you need to take on this risk? Extreme risk for no reason. You get bored.
Because I love it. Because it's how I roll.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think about San Francisco -3. Assuming everything goes south on the Purdy side. I mean, we'll know more by tomorrow. Thursday, to me, is always the biggest injury report. And if they downgrade Brock Purdy to doubtful, we're going to see more bites on New Orleans because people will take 4.5 and 4. They will. That's just how it goes.
Yep.
I will be thinking about San Francisco -3. If it ever gets that far, I would put San Francisco in contest, and I would consider them in Survivor.
At 3, okay. But at 4.5? I don't like it. I'm not interested. Man, Survivor. I get it. It's a tough week. It really is. You look at all these 5s and 6s, there's a reason they're not 6 and 7. You know what I mean? And you can see a lot of those being upsets. We'll get to that coming up. Oh, by the way, they cut the kicker, Jake Moody, too. A lot going on with San Francisco. Yeah, probably.
Good. He stinks.
A good move. Yeah, he was good for a very short time last year. I saw with the Packers, we got Thursday Night Football. This is going to be a great one. Commanders and the Packers. Looking forward to it. 3.5 is the number. So that number bumps up from where we were on the look ahead, 3 to 3.5. That's how impressive Green Bay was. No knock on Washington. So apparently Parsons talked himself into more playing time during the game. LaFleur was saying, 29 snaps. That was not necessarily the plan. But the reason people are backing Green Bay, not only Parsons, and then they saw the immediate impact. He had 3 quarterback pressures. One ends up leading to an interception, had the sack, cashed the ticket there at plus money if you're willing to jump in his first game in limited time on the field. But I thought it was pretty interesting. Parsons, according to all the reports, like, it just feels like he's got a new lease on life. Like, he's so excited to be out of that culture of Dallas and in Green Bay.
I saw a couple of really good memes over the last couple of days about Micah Parsons chasing down Jared Goff, and they superimposed a lion on a deer. It was very funny. Very funny. The internet, always undefeated. But you know what I keep hearing now from national media people and all these football analysts? After one game with Micah Parsons, the Packers have an elite defense.
Ooh.
Why do we always do this? Why is this always how it goes? We see one really, really strong performance out of a 17-game sample size, and we have to use the E word. Yet the line for Thursday has not budged. Green Bay opened 3.5 on Washington, and despite the Packers being an elite defense and Jordan Love being an MVP quarterback and the Packers being a top 3 team in the league per Stephen A. Smith and Tom Brady, the line has not budged. It is still 3.5. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. In the room tomorrow, when we do our room segment for Thursday night, Green Bay Packers will be the number one need for the sports books to go down. It will be Packers this, Packers money line, Packers minus 3.5, Packers and money line parlays, because, of course, they have an elite defense now.
I'll be on Washington.
Yeah, you will.
My concern is their defense, in particular their secondary. So, while everybody's going to be talking about Parsons, I'm going to be thinking about Jordan Love and what he's going to do. Is his MVP odds plummet, nearly getting cut in half after one game, which makes sense if you think that the Packers are going to have a great record. But this is way too much, man. Look, which team has a better quarterback? I don't even think it's a conversation. And the better quarterback is getting 3 in the hook? Yeah, I'll be on that side.
I'd like to see this Packers elite defense against a quarterback that isn't stationary. Jared Goff can't move. Jaden Daniels can move. So on 3rd and 5, you know what the Lions are going to do. Goff's going to take the snap, drop back, and scan the field. On 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, you have no idea what the Commanders are going to do. So let's see what this defense can do against a dual threat quarterback. A lot of teams last year struggled against Washington with broken plays. Detroit doesn't do broken plays. That's not what they do. Mm-hmm. Washington thrives on those, lives on those. So I can't wait to see that matchup, Micah Parsons against Jaden Daniels. Can't wait.
Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats here, BetMGM Network. We'll talk some baseball later on with our Foul Territory weekly guest, but I think it's certainly worth mentioning what Kyle Schwarber did last night. First player on the NL side to hit 50 home runs. First time he's done this in his career. So naturally, the way we think, we're going to take a look, take a peek. Is there anything there? Not even in the conversation, really, for MVP. We've seen that the market has decided Ohtani was done a while ago. BetMGM has Ohtani minus 10,000. I see books minus 50,000, where you can get Schwarber at 27-1. It's interesting this year that, you have Raleigh and Schwarber hitting all these home runs. Raleigh, I believe, at 53, and it doesn't seem like either of them is going to win the MVP in their given league.
It's so bad that Schwarber doesn't have more respect from the house. You would think that he would. An incredible season. But we had this conversation basically going into the All-Star break. It's probably going to be Ohtani and Judge if they stay healthy, if they stay on the field. Now, there have been some injury issues, of course, with Judge since that time. But the power of the brightest star is very, very tough to defeat. And that's what you have with Ohtani and Aaron Judge. That's the way the cookie crumbles, brother.
Raleigh has a chance in the last couple weeks here. I don't think Schwarber has a chance. The betting market is telling us that Schwarber doesn't have a chance. And if you look at some of the WAR numbers, he's much further down the board. So I think that's going to make people's decisions. But a fantastic year for Schwarbs. 50 bombs. First time he's done that. So very interesting. We'll continue to talk about that throughout the show later on as well. Joe O, Sammy P, we'll keep it NFL. Nate Collins, his overreaction. Teams he's in on, teams he might be out on after 1 week. That's next. This is Bet Sweats. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Everyone's gonna go nuts hearing this, but I'm going with the New England Patriots.
Oh, stop! Come on!
What?
I loved it. I loved it. And I love how you guys put that clip in kind of without context because I'm still happy overall with my Super Bowl game pick. But look, ultimately, I picked Green Bay to win it all, and I'm ecstatic about Green Bay. I know you guys are.
The spin zone. It's great. I love it. I think a lot of people do this though because you want to be different, and I respect people being different. You pick your champion and then you say, all right, well, let me get weird on this side of the bracket. And look, I think a lot of people were prisoners of the whole Vrabel thing. I love Mike Vrabel. Joe and I had bet Vrabel for a long, long time, and we used to love him in Tennessee when he was the head coach of the Titans. But I think it wasn't talked about enough how young and how inexperienced this roster is. But when you turn on the TV and you see Vrabel and you see analysts saying 10 wins in playoffs, I think we can fall for things that we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing these Vrabel teams that move the ball, that play stingy defense, not Vrabel teams that give up almost 400 yards of offense through the air, right? I mean, that Geno picked them apart. And that's without a healthy Brock Bowers. I was very disappointed in the Patriots defense week number 1.
No, I agree with you in it. And it's funny because I picked the Raiders to win their division. And so this game, like you said, I just feel like it is a young team and they probably need some time to mesh and gel. And like you're saying, I think Vrabel is a coach that behind the closed doors, I think for those young guys, he will get them going. And yes, like I feel like putting them in the playoffs or even further than that this year is maybe stepping a little ahead of, like, personally me stepping ahead of myself. But I do see it as a team that if they catch a spark, maybe they can make some noise, like with the players that they have. I know you say they're young, and sometimes young teams, like, they catch a spark. We've seen CJ Stroud do it with a young team over there and with the Texans, and like it doesn't happen all the time, but just being hopeful. But to your point, it was a situation where I do feel like Green Bay is the team to beat and will be the team to beat this entire season. So having that in the back of my head, it was a situation where it was like, who can I put over here that it would be exciting if they did make it, but ultimately I don't think it matters who's over there now that the Green Bay Packers have Micah.
So now I feel like you're in a tough spot for one day. And I'm talking about tomorrow night. You are very high on the Packers. A lot of people are. They gave you no reason to doubt them in the first game against the Lions. That was over immediately, and it was obvious. You love Jaden Daniels.
I
going
do.
against them as an underdog. So what do you think about tomorrow, Washington, Green Bay?
I feel like Green Bay, like, just their fans, and people probably don't think about this enough, but I think every time Micah touches the field for a quarterback and an offense playing in that stadium, it's going to be mayhem. It's going to be mayhem to get checks, to hear stuff, and just seeing how productive Micah was with 29 plays. 29 plays. He had, 3 pressures, a sack, and one of the pressures led to an interception. And just to think that his play count is probably going to keep going up and up every game. I'm excited the fact that he was playing. They had him at 0 nose rushing. They're moving him all over the place. I'm just super excited for him. And you can kind of see, like, not that they needed it, but any team will take anything that'll give all the guys around you a spark. And you can see that with that defense and just with the sideline. How excited that sideline was when he got that sack is kind of indicative of the locker room, just where they're at and how excited they are for Micah, because they know they have a quarterback and they have an offense that is very capable of doing what they need to do weekly. And it's something where now Green Bay is probably at a point where if they score a couple of touchdowns, get a couple of field goals, like they should be winning or in every single game they play.
I'd like to stay inside the NFC North and talk about J.J. McCarthy. I don't properly know how to grade that performance because I think there were a lot of things in the first half, even into the third quarter, that were very eye-opening. He looked like a deer in headlights for 2.5, 3 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And then he looked like rookie Steve Young in the fourth. And the fourth quarter is winning time. As you know, you played in this league. You know what it takes to win football games. If nobody watched that game, how would you break down and how would you grade McCarthy's performance from start to finish?
You said if I didn't watch the game or I did?
Yeah, like if somebody were to ask you, if somebody said, Nate, I didn't see the game, what did J.J. McCarthy do? What would your answer be?
I would say J.J. McCarthy played how I would think any rookie quarterback playing in their first divisional, in their first start, like in the NFL would play. And that's probably at a C+, but it probably gets a bigger grade because he got the W, and that's what all matters. But I seen an interesting stat, and it said J.J. McCarthy is the first player since Cam Newton with 2+ passing touchdowns and 1 or more rushing touchdowns in his NFL debut. So for everyone saying like they're not kind of impressed with it, I just feel like we're kind of getting overboard with our expectations with younger quarterbacks coming in and right away making an impact.
On the other side, is Caleb going to be all right?
Ooh. Man, I like Caleb, but with all the buzz that's going on about him, this like non-football wise, and in the locker room, he has to start getting some wins quick or it's going to start getting louder and louder. And that's the one thing with the NFL. The only thing that fixes problems is winning. Like, because every time you lose, it's going to be something new that they can nitpick at, or they can see that's a problem, or see, hey, this has been a problem and it's never got fixed. So until you win, like it's one of those things as an NFL quarterback, especially in a market like Chicago, that buzz is going to get bigger and bigger. And that's the only thing that can, I feel like, cure things in Chicago or for Caleb Williams right now, because he shows flashes, but he also he misses a lot of big plays. So that's always going to be an issue.
I have heard now multiple times that the Kansas City Chiefs must win week 2 or it's over. And I always laugh at this because we do this all the time. It's very dumb. It is not a must-win game in week 2, but it's a tough test against the champs, Super Bowl rematch. Kansas City, Philadelphia. What jumps out to you in that matchup?
Honestly, the fact that Jalen Carter gets to play and that he didn't get to play last week, and maybe he's a guy that's playing with a little bit of extra fire. And I think that probably bodes well, obviously, for the Eagles. He probably feels really foolish that he had to sit out that game, but I think the Eagles really got lucky. The fact that the 1-game suspension was that game that he already was out. So ultimately, you get your entire defense back, and for a struggling offense, I feel like that's for Kansas City. They have to figure stuff out fast, and without Worthy, or I don't know what's going to go on, how they're going to plug that up or figure all that out. But Andy Reid, he has to do it quick, and like you're saying, it will be a big overreaction if they do end up losing. But Kansas City is Kansas City, and before we know it, we'll be talking about them winning 6 games in a row here in the middle of the season and getting ready for the playoffs. But I definitely can see them starting 0-2, and there's a bunch of teams on the slate that can start 0-2, honestly. So it's gonna be an another interesting week for the NFL.
With Dave Collins, Greenlight Podcast, a BetMGM show. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, and I think we know through our conversations that you're closest with Jacksonville, and that's the team you're paying close attention to. You get a win. It was obscure with the delay, and now it looks like Bryce Young is back to being Bryce Young from the start of last year, not how he ended the year.
Yeah.
So takeaways from Jacksonville and kind of looking at this Cincinnati game. Earlier in the week, the Jaguars have been a popular bet. I think it's more about Cincinnati because even though they won that game, they probably should have lost to the Cleveland Browns to start things off. How do you read it?
I read it as, first off, I want to say I'm so excited for Travis Etienne, and everyone needs to start putting respect back on his name. And the fact that they turned around after that game and they got ready to text Bigsby just makes me know that they probably restored faith back in Travis Etienne, and that makes me excited. And hopefully he can carry that over into the season more and more because they're definitely going to need that rushing game. And as for the Bengals, I don't know what it is with them at the start of the season, but they're not a team that I am afraid of, like, at all. And especially the fact that they barely won this past game, and the fact that this upcoming week, the team that they just beat by 1 point is 11.5-point dog. Yeah, it's against the Ravens, but everyone in their minds always thinks that the Bengals, they can compete with the Ravens and they're just as good as a team and they have all the weapons. And I don't know what it is, but the Bengals, right now they just don't scare me because the amount of weapons that they have to put up they had 7 total yards in the second half of a game, like, to the Browns defense. Honestly, like I don't even know how you explain that with the type of offense that you have. So right now, unless they work whatever they need to work out, they're not scaring me. And obviously I'm a homer with Jacksonville, but I like how they started. And honestly, if they rely in that rush game and Travis Etienne, he can run the ball like he did in the first, it's really going to help Trevor Lawrence and everything else in that offense out. So I'm liking the Jaguars at least for what is it? 3
and a half.
3.5, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not scared of that Bengals defense. I'm not scared.
Joe likes the Jags. He's on them.
He's on them. You like the Jags? Yeah, I like the Jags. I like the Jags too. I'm gonna stick with the Jags. I'm not jumping off. I'm not jumping off this early, but I definitely did like what I see, and I think if you're a Jacksonville fan, you're excited about this season for sure.
A lot of talk in the summer. Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, and yet it's Liam Cohen right now who's the favorite to win the Coach of the Year. Long way to go, but Liam Cohen is the favorite. We got a little bit more than a minute to go, Nate. Is there a favorite game or favorite bet that we haven't touched on yet for you?
I think, honestly, I'm sticking with my Super Bowl pick and probably going to ride them this whole season. And I seen a little interesting bet. Green Bay to win by 7 to 12 points plus 375. I like a good old short week. Things not going well, but also I predict a few offsides for the Commanders offense. I really think that the Green Bay, their fans really do their defense justice with how loud they get. And when you're watching, even on the TV screen, I'm just like, I can't imagine like what it's like just trying to hear audible as an O-lineman that's standing 2 feet away from a quarterback and they're yelling to you, and you can always see that it's an issue. So I think that'll be a big issue for them tomorrow night in that game. And I think Green Bay they win pretty handily, and I respect the hell out of the Commanders and their offense and Jaden Daniels, but I just feel like going to Lambeau is going to be a tough task on a Thursday night.
Great game. I mean, maybe this should have been the season opener. Thursday night football tomorrow, Green Bay, Washington. That's going to be fun. Nate Collins, check out the Green Light podcasts, Dr. Facts at Big N98 over on X. Nate, we will talk next Wednesday. Always appreciate it. More coming up. Power rankings, top of the hour. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P, we've got some college football line moves worth discussing. Wow, a few real notable ones coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you right to the Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well at the BetMGM Network. So part of yesterday's conversation on a future Tuesdays was me trying to figure out, okay, what do we do with this Giants quarterback situation? We know Dart's going to play. Dayball's ass is on the line. It looked awful with Russ. He was being quite elusive when it came to any direct Russ questions in the post-game press conference after the Giants are pretty much embarrassed by the Washington Commanders. And what I've noticed over the last couple of days is there are a lot of national pundits, respected analysts that are out there thinking, you know what, it's probably time. And that's what I arrived at immediately, because I kept bringing up, I want to bet Dart for Offensive Rookie of the Year, but I don't know if now is the time. I don't know when the time is going to be. I was listening the other day to Daniel Jeremiah, and they were like, well, they announced that it's going to be Dart starting game number 2. He said, okay. But did he announce that he's going to be ending the game? Because I don't think he's going to be ending the game. I mean, this is a respected guy, connected guy. Daniel Jeremiah is saying this. What about Odyssey NFL Network insider Brian Baldinger? He was on Odyssey station WFAN in New York yesterday, and he was asked, all right, they said it's not yet, not now. When is the time to make the move from Russ to the rookie, Jackson Dart? Take a listen.
I wouldn't wait anymore. I just wouldn't waste anymore. Like the guy's talented. He's played in the SEC for 3 years. He's been in 2 major college football programs. Why is it that J.J. McCarthy in his first NFL start can go out and do what he did in the fourth quarter? Why does Bo Nix take a team to a playoff? You know, I mean, look at Jaden Daniels, the offensive rookie of the year. Like, these kids are ready to play. They're just more advanced than they have been in the past. To me, I would take the reins off. Troy Aikman was 1-15 his rookie year. He went to the Hall of Fame. Like, I can give you, for every guy you tell me that got ruined because he played too soon, I'll give you another guy that flourished because he did play. And here's the danger. If you sit there and go, okay, Russell's our guy, and we've seen what Russell is, enough. But if you say, well, you know, we don't want to damage him. Well, what if he can win you games? What if he's ready? That's the conundrum for everybody in that organization who's just like literally, I mean, they're like the Walking Dead over there right now, I'm sure. But like everybody in that organization over there, what if he is ready? And what if you can beat Washington? And what if you can beat Dallas? And this kid's on the sideline. Like that's like, you know, we're getting to that point right now where you go, screw it. Let's put him out there. Let's play him. Because I think he's going to be a difference maker.
Woo! That was strong. Sam, you saw that right away. You sent it over, and I was nodding along with everything that Baldy had to say. What do you think?
I think that you had a great idea yesterday to bet him for offensive rookie, because I look at the market right now, and during our show, correct me if I'm wrong, Jackson Dart at BetMGM was 25-1 to win the award, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, everywhere right in that 20 to 25 range.
I remember seeing 25-1 at BetMGM. This morning, Jackson Dart, BetMGM, 18-1. Mm-hmm. So somebody somewhere was paying attention to the conversation that we had and decided, I'm with Joe. I'm going to make this bet in preparation that they eventually make a switch. Now, again, if it does happen week 2 against Dallas, it's just going to take money, because the high side of the market now is 22-1. But whatever the high number is, whenever you see Jackson Dart for the first time, somebody's going to bet it. So you're gambling a little bit, but they have to make this move before week 6 or week 7. I think that was the initial plan there in New York. Let's give Russ maybe the first third of the season and then bring Dart along. But your point yesterday resonated very strongly. Brian Dable is coaching for his job, and you don't have many bullets left in that gun. You can't wait until October to keep Russ out there if Russ can't move and Russ can't move the ball. You have to make a change. And I don't even know that Jackson Dart's going to win the award. But the whole point was to bet this at the right number. And if you logged into your account yesterday at BetMGM and went to place a bet on Jackson Dart, OROY, 25-1. That same bet at that same sports book right now is 18-1.
I still like 22s out there. I think that's a fair price, but I wonder with all this momentum, with all this chatter, if that ends up going away. Russ may be starting that game, but as Daniel Jeremiah said, doesn't mean he's going to be finishing it. And Daboll's got to really realize that this version of Russell Wilson is not going to save his job. This ain't it. This is a guy he targeted. He wanted Dart. They got him. It's funny. Like, I remember the Bears thinking the same thing with Trubisky. You can give examples every single year. Okay, we've got the veteran leader. He's going to help him along. We've got the rookie. Yeah. We'll go week 7. No, we'll go right after the bye in week 9. And then football happens. And then people get nervous for their jobs. And then you start getting the heat from the media, from the fan base. You're the favorite for the first coach fired in the NFL. The football happens, and then everything changes. Tyson always said, yeah, everybody's got a plan. They get punched in the mouth. Giants got punched in the mouth by the Commanders. Divisional matchup. Let's see what happens. If they're down big in another divisional matchup, second game of the year, they're going to want to make that move and show that there's upside with Dart moving forward. Instead of doing it later in the year and going through the early growing pains like all rookies go through. That's interesting. He's announced that he's not starting the game and the number is coming down. That should probably tell you something.
Any concerns? Just kind of running this back to a conversation we had in February, March of 2025. It's more Jake and me than you, but we did bet Jack Caglione to win Rookie of the Year. That guy did not come through. Is there any lingering concern for a quarterback named Jackson, given what we saw with Jack Cags?
I think Kansas City and New York markets are very different sports. Like, there wasn't national media screaming about Cags with the Royals, except for us. I think we were pretty much about it. No concern
Russ, then. No concern.
No, I mean, Russ is so bad. I'm not concerned because Russ is terrible. He's done. He's toast. And they thought, all right, he'll play for a month and then we'll make the move. No, they're not going to be able to do that. And it's going to get so loud. It already is loud with New York. So I'm not worried about that. It may be a couple weeks off. That could happen. But I think Dart is going to play most of the year. And then betting on that upside. Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network. Notice some what's up?
I didn't realize this until just now. Paul's right. You may have a Jackson problem. Yesterday you were piling in on Smith and Jigba and Dart.
They spell it differently. Yeah, what is going on here? I had a Jackson on my team a couple of years ago. Let's just say it was a 1-year deal.
Oh,
okay. It didn't go well. So
I'm looking at Brian Dable's record since he became the head coach of the Giants. Year 1, 9 wins. Year 2, 6. Last year, 3. That's not good. 9, 6, 3. Ideally, you want to go the other way. You want to take a 3-win team to a 6-win team to a 9-win team. So I don't know how many more losses that guy can afford with Russell Wilson. I hadn't even thought about it like that, but I think you did a really good job yesterday laying that out. And that's why people have followed the bet. And that's why Jackson Dart went from 25 to 18-1.
If you were named Jackson, how would you spell it?
Probably the way that it should be spelled.
The traditional way. Jackson. Is that what you're going to say?
Yes, like Bo Jackson.
What is with the X? What is with these X's?
Don't know.
Terrible.
Oh, there are some bad names now. People have I have some friends that have friends, and their name. Like I see pictures and names, and I'm like, that's what you named your kid? Ooh, poor kid.
Like they're a celebrity. Yeah, went traditional route. You can't go wrong if you're going traditional. Solid, short name, but yeah, we're adding letters and stupid. Anyways, got to go with the X instead of the CK. College football line moves. We're talking a lot about this Thursday night football game in the NFL. Big movement on the college game. NC State Wake. You see this total's dropped 5 full points? That's a big move.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
No, I had not seen that. NC State looked pretty good in its last game against Virginia. I didn't want to bring that up with Nate. I know Nate's a big Who's guy because he went to UVA. I have no opinions on that game, and I'm not going to lie. I am fully invested in Washington Green Bay because they play at the same time, which I always find it wild when college football pits a primetime game against Thursday night football or Monday night football or whatever. No, did not catch my attention. I just keep thinking about how much I'm going to have on the Commanders tomorrow. That's all I keep thinking about.
Me too. But as far as Saturday, one game that I am very interested in has made a big move. They're betting Tennessee. Whether it's betting Tennessee, backing Georgia, we end up in the same spot. This thing has moved a field goal. Tennessee goes from +6.5 down to +3.5 against Georgia. Georgia hasn't played anybody, but with that said, I haven't been the most impressed by them, and neither is the betting market.
Tennessee's got a bunch of injuries on defense. Be careful. They got a couple corners out. They got some D linemen banged up. Be careful.
Okay. All right. They're betting Pitt. Pitt against West Virginia. That one goes to 7. It was 4.5 at the open. Now we're out to a full touchdown. Power Rankings Wednesday. Most overreaction so far in the NFL. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Some college games that I would keep an eye on. What about Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee? So much overreaction to Georgia off of how they've looked the first 2 weeks. You guys, Kirby Smart is now 0-10 against the spread against FCS opponents. He's 1-14 against the spread when he's a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. All Georgia's done in the first 2 weeks is what Georgia does every single year. They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy. Their season begins on Saturday against Tennessee. The look-ahead line before going into week 2 was Georgia -7.5. Now it's Georgia -4.5. Why? Because, again, Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville under Kirby Smart. Georgia's won their last 8 games against Tennessee. They have covered in 6 straight and 8 of their last 9. I love Georgia, minus 4.5 against Tennessee. Wisconsin, Bama, we're going under 47.5 in that one. Wisconsin starting quarterback Billy Edwards Jr. did not play this past week against Middle Tennessee. We'll see if he plays on Saturday against Bama. But this just feels like a 24-3 type game to me. Wisconsin's offense is abysmal. I do not think they're going to do much on the road in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. And Bama's offense put up 73 points against Louisiana Monroe. Awesome. Against Wisconsin, a team that's still solid defensively, doesn't give you much on the ground. Bama's going to have a struggle scoring points in this game. So I like under 47.5 Bama and Wisconsin. And then finally, SMU and Missouri State. Man, I love Missouri. This is my team, Missouri State. Week 1, we fade them. We take USC, easy cover. Last week, we take them plus the points money line against Marshall. They went outright. Well, we're taking the over now against SMU. I think that's going to be a track meet on Saturday. I like over 61.5 SMU and Missouri State.
Which means it's time for this week's Power Rankings. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
And we're live on X. It is hour number 2 of Bet Sweats on a Wednesday. We'll be talking plenty of football in the next hour or so, and then we'll get onto the baseball side of things at 11 o'clock Eastern with Eric Kratz from Foul Territory, Joe O, Sammy P, getting ready to power rank our top 3 week 1 overreactions. Joe, they always sort of flow in from every direction. We get so many different things that happen in week 1, and the variety and I guess the versatility of said opinions are pretty crazy, but so many people put so much stock into one NFL result. And I'm sure you've heard some crazy things. I've got my list. They wanted 3. I could have maybe done 7 because people lose their minds, good or bad, after just one 60-minute game.
Yep, no doubt about it. Make sure you're watching us on XBet_Sweats this hour. We do power rankings every Wednesday. Sorry, a moment tardy there. So Tucker had surgery last week, as I talked about on the show. He's got his stomach's cut open. He's got staples there, so he's got to wear like this suit so he can't get to it. Anyways, he's on an extremely bland diet, like not what he normally eats. And I just went up there and the garbage can is completely destroyed, and he ate a whole loaf of bread off the counter.
I'm going to say this in the nicest way I possibly can. Tucker might be one of the dumbest dogs I've ever heard of. I mean, just might be a very dumb dog at the end of the day.
Yeah, and typically golden retrievers are smart. But I mean, is he? Nobody's around. Let's go to the counter. Let's see what's up. Kids are off at school. Dad's in the basement working for a couple hours. He won't. Oh, they just started a segment. I heard. All right, I got 15 minutes. Let's go. Let's go to town. Dumb or smart? I don't know. I say dumb. You say dumb. Let's make a number on it.
I haven't eaten out of the garbage in a long, long time. It's been a long time. So Tucker decided, let me knock the garbage over and ruffle through and see if there's any goodies in here. Is that what he just did?
What he does is he like shreds paper plates and stuff like that. I don't think he ate food out of there, but he ate food off the counter, a lot of it. So when I text that to my wife, she's going to freak out. Well, she's working in Scotland, apparently. I don't know, whatever the hell she's doing. Anyway, so that's why I was a moment tardy. So my apologies. All right, let's get to our power. Let's get to our power rankings. Like you, I had a tough time whittling it down to 3. A lot of times, like the 3's pretty obvious if we're doing a list of 3. But yeah, there were like, I'd say 3 or 4 that I had to cut out. I'm like, I want to talk about this, but I don't want to put this on my list. So maybe we can get to the leftovers. What about you, power rankings? Starting with number 3, working your way up, biggest overreactions after 1 week of NFL action.
Power ranking, by the way, my favorite stories. Number 1 would be when he knocked over the entire sheet pan of lasagna and ate the whole thing. That would be number 1. That one's my favorite. As for week 1 reactions, overreactions, if you will, in the NFL. Number 3 is involving J.J. McCarthy. And I think there are many people that are going to have J.J. McCarthy derangement syndrome all season long. It is what it is. But I heard yesterday, all day, that J.J. McCarthy is overrated. And I don't understand why that's a thing. People want to look at his box score and his stats, and he only threw for so many yards, and he was very bad in the first half and all that, and that's fine. I never said J.J. McCarthy was great, but I did happen to retweet Thor. Thor put up a video of McCarthy's fourth quarter. And if you watch that spliced and well-packaged 2-minute video of McCarthy in the fourth quarter, you should be impressed. It doesn't mean he's great. It doesn't mean he's an MVP. It doesn't mean he's a Hall of Famer. But if you can't respect what he did in that fourth quarter, I don't know what to tell you. And I was going at it on Twitter. I don't go at it like I used to anymore. And somebody says to me, well, Caleb had more passing yards, didn't turn the ball over. You're ripping him. Well, Caleb's been in the league for a whole year. How is that a fair fight? Now we're comparing Caleb Williams' box score to J.J. McCarthy's box score. J.J. McCarthy was playing in his first NFL game on the road against a division rival, down 11 points in the fourth quarter, and comes out with the win. How are you saying that he's overrated? And I got texts, direct messages. Oh yeah, you bit the cheese. You bit the bait. McCarthy stinks. How are we rushing to that after one game? A game in which, oh, by the way, he was the first quarterback since Steve Young in 1985 to lead a rookie comeback like that. Why do we have to do this? It's going to be a work in progress. And I've never said that J.J. McCarthy is a great quarterback. What I have said all summer is that he's a winner. And what did he do on Monday? He won. He was better than Caleb Williams in the fourth quarter. And that's all it has to be. I didn't say Caleb Williams was a bust. I didn't say that J.J. McCarthy was better than Caleb Williams. But I think it's very silly to look at a rookie quarterback who did what he did in the fourth quarter and get his team over the top when most rookies would have probably crumbled, and say that he's overrated. I don't get it. Number 2, Dolphins are cooked. Heard that a ton. A ton. And while there may be a lot of truth to that, I'm not a big believer in the Dolphins. I don't have a single dollar on their win total over. I didn't bet them to make the playoffs. I didn't bet anything positive about the Dolphins heading into the season. But because they lost to Daniel Jones and the Colts, now the season's over. And now the Dolphins are cooked, and everything's going to fall apart. And I would just be very careful with that. Because as I told you yesterday, I did bet Miami -1 in week 2, their Sunday game against the Patriots, because I don't think the Patriots are a good football team. The Dolphins have talent. The Dolphins are sort of dysfunctional, though. But that doesn't mean that you can just write them off. There's a lot of things working against New England in this game in week number 2. A lot. I don't like what I've seen from Drake May. Again, small sample size. It's a season and one game, but I'm not a fan. I'm just not. And I think their offensive line has a lot of holes. So could Miami win this game? Of course. But you're seeing a lot of this. You can't bet Miami. Miami's season's over. It's not. It's not. And if you want to take Drake May going on the road to South Beach where the humidity becomes a problem, they still have some issues on defense. They've got some injuries piling up already. I don't think you're going to see Christian Gonzalez again at corner. So people are looking at Miami and saying that team is cooked and it's all over and it's all going to come crumbling down. Maybe, but they could very easily win in week number 2. So that's my second overreaction. Number 1, we've already talked about this. The Green Bay Packers have an elite defense now. Maybe. But the more I hear about the elite defense, and they're a top 3 team in the league, and they're a Super Bowl champion, and Micah Parsons was the missing puzzle piece, maybe. But I told you yesterday, Jake and I are watching ESPN during a break, and Stephen A. Smith has the Green Bay Packers as the 3rd best team in football. And then my partner at, not my partner, my teammate at Fox, I love saying this, my teammate, like he's my teammate, Tom Brady, has the Packers as his 3rd best team in football. And I just know better, man. All of a sudden, the Packers are better than the Ravens, and the Packers are better than the Chiefs, and the Packers are better than the Lions because they beat the Lions in one game. I just know better. And Green Bay could very well be the team to beat down the stretch. But I'd like to see more than one game, more than one Sunday to anoint them as an elite defense in this league. That's all I'm asking. Let's just have a little bit of patience here.
What is a fair spot? Because I think we both agree that if you're saying top 3, you're going too far. Is top 5 too high?
No, I have them 5th right now from a power rating standpoint. But I think a lot of these shows, they want you to kind of move teams up and down by the week. And that's not really how power ratings work. There's a difference between a rating system and your personal power rankings. Those are 2 completely different things. An odds maker is not going to elevate Green Bay to the 3rd best team in football. But if you're making a list and you're reacting to a week 1 result or an entire week of games, sure, you could say the Packers are a top 3 team. But the guys in Vegas do not view Green Bay as a top 3 team, at least yet.
All right. Certainly fair. All right. A few good ones there. I'm going to start number 3. Bryce is bad again. We got one game, and it's the Bryce Young at the start of last year. It's going to be a repeat, and maybe he'll turn it around and be okay at the end of the season, but he'll probably get benched again. Yeah, it's just all going to be a repeat. It's that easy of 2024. So we got the bad Bryce Young again. Let's keep that game and point out that context. You have a delay. Nobody's even paying attention to what's going on because you're watching that afternoon slate, and there were a couple high profile games. People were sweating Survivor with Denver. Of course, the Lions and the Packers paying close attention. The Niners and Seahawks are very close games, and people don't even realize when that game resumed. But are we sure we want to go that far? Ted McMillan actually looked pretty good for a rookie in his first game as a receiver, like in that offense. I was pleased with what I saw there. The Cardinals go from 4.5 to 7. I'm sorry. I may have missed it. I missed this great Kyler Murray performance against maybe the worst team in football at the Saints. 163 yards for Kyler. Kyler's better on the road. Now he's going home, and they are touchdown favorites once again. Okay. Bryce bad again. Overreaction number 3. Overreaction number 2. You kind of mentioned it there. Let's say Dayball is dead. We go from the look ahead, Dallas -3, to now Dallas -6. 60 minutes of football. This line moves a full field goal. One key number, to another secondary key number. Okay, I agree with your thought process on Russ. If that's what we're doing, we're just fading the Giants. And I agree with the idea that, hey, Dallas didn't look that bad on Thursday night against the Philadelphia Eagles, but that was without Jalen Carter. Keep that in mind. And yeah, I don't think Lamb's going to have a bunch of drops every game, but this is a divisional matchup. You look at their two matchups last year, both one-score games. Dallas won both of them. But the first one, 20-15, the second, 27-20. You probably want to throw out that 27-20 game because that was Cooper Rush and Drew Lock starting. But the first game was Dak and Daniel Jones. And that was a 5-point game. Interesting. So this now passes 5, and we're out to 6. That's an overreaction, 3-6, that the Giants are completely dead in the water this year. Number one overreaction, Lions losers again. The Lions win total goes from 10.5 to some spots 8.5, juiced to the over. Off that result against, according to many, a top 3 NFL team. Wait, what? They weren't supposed to be in that game. The Packers are so great. Which one is it? Pick a lane. The Lions go from co-favorites with Green Bay to the distant third best team in the NFC North, according to the market. I'm not telling you to buy the Lions. I'm not saying bet them in any way. I was under 10.5, but boy, is that an overreaction. First game with the new coordinators, and you're on the road at one of the better teams in football in the division. That was going to be a rough spot, going wild from Micah Parsons. That's the number one overreaction for me, the Lions. Lions going to a distant third favorite in the NFC North. Cowboys -3 to -6. And fade the Carolina Panthers hardcore. Those are my top 3, Sam.
So spinning off of your third one on Carolina, because that's sort of interesting. I understand wholeheartedly where you're coming from. There's a 7 at Circa right now with the Panthers. Every other book is 6.5. Are we betting Carolina on Sunday? Assuming we get to 7 eventually. Is that 7. A buy? Yeah.
We get to 7. I'm thinking that's a buy. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyler at home. Kyler unimpressive last week. And I think doesn't mean Bryce is going to be what he was at the end of last year based on this. That was a weird situation going against Jacksonville. And I'll admit that's not the toughest of matchups. He should have had a lot more success. I'll agree with that point, but I think we're going too far. Boy, what an advantageous way to start the season. You get New Orleans and you get Carolina. I mean, they really helped Arizona at the beginning here with the schedule, but 7, that's too many.
Yeah, I agree. I also think Detroit is going to be a wise guy play. This line in Vegas opened up 4.5 against Chicago. I see 6s now. They're laying Detroit, and I don't think they're going to stop.
There's a lot going on. We could talk about Indy, too. That went right through the 3 in that matchup. A lot of overreaction. We'll talk live dogs and teasers next. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
To jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. Obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game. But maybe there's still, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position, and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they're going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1. I still think there's value.
In the slot, the bottom of your screen, Rattler to the end zone, caught, and then dropped.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We are live on X this hour. Coming up next hour, I have a couple of guests joining us. Eric Kratz, Caroline Fenton will drop by as well, talking some college football with her. We always wrap the show with our lightning bets. Thanks for hanging out. Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Wednesday morning. Get to live dogs and teasers in a couple moments. I know a lot of our audience consumes via the podcast, Sam, whenever they have time later in the day, sometimes the following day. It's always funny to see, you'll get random tweets throughout the day, oh, you just must have listened, maybe on the Odyssey app or via the podcast. If you do check out the podcast, give us 5 stars. Tell a friend about it. for this football season. Hopefully they'll enjoy it as much as you do. Leave a rating and a review. We always like to see those numbers go up, and appreciate any sort of feedback on the show.
Absolutely. We love the reviews, especially when you drag Jake. If you drag Jake, we will read it.
Yeah. Okay. So if you got something to say about Jake, could be anything. I'll even say that you could make a positive comment. Now Jake's actually going to leave a review because I guarantee you he hasn't. Even if you have a positive comment, which would be quite shocking, please make sure you leave it there for the show, and we will read it on the show. All right. Live dogs and teasers. I gotta say, one reason I was happy that we turned from week 1 to week 2. I'm like, one, you get sick of talking about the same games, but I liked way too many games. I liked an uncomfortable amount of games. So, a lot of times, okay, let's just turn the page already. Like once you end up talking about a game enough, you end up loving it, even if you only liked it to start. I noticed that with live dogs. As I was going through the live dogs, okay, I have a solid list, more consolidated list. Typically the number of teams that I normally like on a regular week, not just like every dog that is possibly out there. When we talk live dogs, based on our conversation, I don't think we begin on Sunday. We have to begin tomorrow. If we like the Commanders ATS, we're saying that there's this overreaction on Green Bay a little bit. Give me the better quarterback, getting more than a field goal. We like Washington as a live dog, right?
Absolutely. I have even thought about taking the money line, but I will probably just find myself taking the 3.5 just in case the Packers win 24-23 or something like that. I try not to get too greedy, but you're starting to see these 3.5s. If you like the dog, they're getting expensive. So at BetMGM, to take the 3 and a hook, you got to lay $1.15 now. Okay, got it. And other books, Circa, Chris, already down to 3. So the hooks are disappearing. Buckeye has a juice 3 on Green Bay, 3 minus 125. So you're seeing these sharper books come off the 3.5. Mm-hmm. That's good for us, I would think, to see the line go from 3.5 to 3. Of course it is. And then you see, books like Superbook, 3.5 even money if you want to take the Packers. So that plus 3.5 is minus 120. The hooks are getting expensive, which is usually a sign that the hooks are going to go away. BetMGM is still 3.5 minus 105. But I would not be surprised at all if we got closer to kickoff tomorrow and we see this game painted 3. Would not surprise me. I really can't wait. I said this earlier. Cannot wait for the Micah Parsons and Jaden Daniels chess match. And I think Washington has a lot to like offensively. If they can run the ball and win the TOP, that ever-important time of possession, I can't wait for the potential to see a Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love. Say that 8 times fast. Cannot wait to see that battle unfold on Thursday night. But I will probably be on the Commanders, and that will only be escalated when we get the email tomorrow morning and Paul puts it in the rundown that the Green Bay Packers minus 3.5, number 1 bet at BetMGM. I can already see it coming. So can you, I'm sure.
Have you bet it?
No, have not. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm waiting.
I feel like we have to do it now based on everything that you're saying.
Fine.
Let me see. What's the best? So, yeah, I mean, you're right. Those 3.5s are going to go away just about everywhere, just based on where we're headed. Now, tomorrow, we're not going to see a juice 3, will we? Not at minus $1.20. They're just going to want, well, that's not going to deter anybody. They're going to bet it no matter what.
So I have the ability, because I do bet at a couple places that always need dog action. These are books that a lot of favorites get bet. And these are books where people will parlay the Packers with the Rams or the Packers with the Lions. 2 favorites. Oh, let's just parlay them together. So I can get pretty decent dog money line prices. The highest that I see in the market, 160. Yeah, 160 is the highest that I can see at most sports books. But there are some PPHs, Joe, that give you the Commanders at plus 165 on the money line. Do you think they need some Commanders money line action? I think they do.
So you're looking money line.
I did. See, I wasn't even going to do it, and then you got me to log in, and here I am. Like, because the first thing that jumps out to me is the money line price. Because this book does it spread, money line, total, bang, 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 so I can see them all at the same time. It's very nicely laid out. And this book has Green Bay -3, -0.25, but then the money line is -190, which is on the high side. You would think that it would not be that way, because if the line is 3, the money line would be cheaper. But this book is already juicing the hell out of the favorite on the money line.
Okay, let's jump to Sunday. I've got a couple of games written down that we have discussed, which we can hit again, and we'll be discussing them all week. But for this segment, there's a game that I ended up jotting down that we have not discussed at all this week. And I don't know if it came to me this morning or what it was, and just thinking about the performance of both of these teams, like, you know what? Nobody's going to bet it, but I think this dog might be live here. What did Gertz say? What was his 10 toes down last week?
The Rams are dead, in so many words.
Titans. Cam Ward at home. They're a live dog against the Rams on the road. Was unimpressed with that Rams offense that I heard so much about all offseason. Cam Ward has a better performance if his receivers can actually catch the football. He had the toughest matchup on the road against that top-notch defense in your first game. We're going to see a better version of Cam Ward. I think the Titans are live.
Are you going to take the Titans at plus 215? Really?
Let's see. I think we can get there, though. I think so. I certainly like the +6 that is now available.
Oh, man. We're going to end up at the end of this segment with a nice 3-leg money line parlay. So already we've got the Commanders. If we were going to do this and play this forward, Commanders, and let me check another box on the Titans. So if we do Commanders to win, Titans to win, we're already at plus, I don't like that number, plus 666. Do not like that number. Abort.
No, we're out.
No,
wait,
out.
Should we fade it?
I don't know. I liked it, and then I saw what really they couldn't do 665 or 667. They had to do plus 666. I don't like that one bit. Nope. I actually might power this computer down now. Yeah.
Yep.
I can tell you guys this. As someone who was like pulling for the Titans to knock out a bunch of people in Survivor, it felt pretty helpless with them needing to score points. So it's going to be miserable. I think I might be on it as well, but it's going to be miserable.
And it is another tough defense too.
That's the reason it's a tough. I'll probably, like, if 6 is there in contest, I'll probably have some of that, but it's going to be tough for me to get there on the money line.
To win? Okay.
So I thought for sure when you were talking about an ugly dog, there are plenty of ugly dogs because this is what happens. You have ugly dogs that look awful in one game. Titans come to mind. I mean, they covered, but they looked bad. They couldn't score, to Paul's point. I thought for sure when you were going to tee up a dog, I thought you were going to say the Giants on the money line. Because I know that you're trying to speak it into existence with Jackson Dart, and that's all fine and dandy. It would not shock me at all if the Dallas Cowboys lost again. And then we hear about it, and why did they trade Parsons, and Schottenheimer's a dud, and Dak's cooked, even though Dak was just fine in week 1. It is funny because my initial thought yesterday was, Cowboys are probably a decent Survivor leg. And I wake up on Wednesday and want no part of that. None.
You are not alone. You are not alone. I have heard that a lot over the last couple of days. Oh, Cowboys. When else are you going to use them? They're not losing to the Giants. They're not losing to Russ.
Oh, they could.
Of course they could. Absolutely. You think that defense is going to play that well again? We had no trust in them a week ago, and now they're fine because they did okay against the Eagles.
I have a question. Do you think the Giants' best defensive lineman is going to spit on Dak Prescott?
Will Dexter Lord spit on Dak Prescott? I don't think that's going to happen.
If he does, I no longer like the Giants as much as I would if he did not spit in Dak's face. Look, the wise guys, as wrong as they were week 1 on the Giants, I don't think they're fundamentally incorrect with the weaponry and with the team. I just think they have to move on from Russ. Because really that's the one equalizer. When the left tackle got ruled out, Andrew Thomas, Costos and I were on the air on Sunday, and I was talking about the Giants, and we had wise guys come on this show, and I was calling guys that love the Giants +6. Nick said when Thomas got ruled out, he was out. Mm-hmm. And that ended up being a pretty big deal. A revolving door at left tackle and a quarterback that just can't move like he used to. But if they make a change in that second half, and maybe we see a little bit more dart, maybe we get there. So I thought you were going to bring up the Giants. The team that I like, I think you're onto something potentially with Carolina. Do I want to get there on the money line, though? That's the problem, because this is a live dog segment. Ideally, we're talking dogs that could win outright. Carolina on the money line, best price you can find at Arizona is +259 at Chris. Most books about +240, +250. I like the 6.5, 7. I may get there on the money line when we get closer to the weekend. We'll see.
You could also take this as a segment where we're telling you big favorites to avoid in Survivor too, right?
Sure.
Because Dallas is going to be popular. Arizona is going to be popular after that Bryce Young performance. Yeah, I like that. The more and more I think about it. All right, a couple of shorter numbers. You tell me which one you like more. I got a 2.5 and a 3.5. Jacksonville at Cincinnati. That's the 3.5 number. Or Tampa Bay at Houston. Couple of shorter road dogs.
Probably Tampa. Houston's offensive line, man, is so bad. And I think that was pedestaled a little bit because the Rams do have a pretty decent defensive front, especially on the line. That Houston O-line's a problem. And I think that could be something that needs to be chronicled a little bit more. There's a lot of talk about C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and all the weapons and all that, but they can't run the ball. And if they can't protect C.J. Stroud, could be a long year. I may have been a year early on the shorting of the Texans because I did it last year. I think it was right size, wrong shape. That O-line is horrible. Could be the worst in the league. I mean, they were 31st in the league in Pro Football Focus coming into the summer. So not far off from being the worst in the league already.
While you're concerned about the Houston offensive line, which is certainly valid, I'm concerned about that Texans offense in general. I don't have a lot of trust that they're going to be able to put up a lot of points. But if there's a game for C.J. Stroud to get right, this is the spot going against that Bucs secondary. But you're right, that matchup, that Houston O-line against Vita Vea and company, that might be trouble there for Tampa, for Houston rather, as a home favorite. That number just short of a field goal. So yeah, I think there are a handful of other ones. Was there anything else that jumped out to you? I mean, those were we hit all 5 that came to mind for me.
Do you know the type of player that Detroit has struggled with over the years? Mobile quarterback. Justin Fields, Caleb Williams. Those Bears-Lions games last few years have been very, very tight. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Caleb ran a lot more than I was expecting him to. All right. We'll continue talking about that and the week 2 line moves. We didn't get to teasers either. That's next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
You would know Micah better than most. How do you combat a guy? Is it inevitable that he's going to make those plays in that backfield?
Are you asking what would I do if I was
Sure.
coaching him? Yeah, I'd sit him this week on a short week.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I agree, Dan Quinn. Sit Micah Parsons. There you go. How about that angle? Dan Quinn going against Micah Parsons in this matchup. Didn't consider that one. But yeah, he knows all about the impact that Parsons can have on any game. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. We are with you live on X this hour. Bet_sweats, Bet_sweats if you want to check the account there. Call to action. Make sure that you subscribe to the BetMGM Network on YouTube. We are here live weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. If you're joining us on X, the entire show, all 3 hours every day, broadcast live on YouTube. So the BetMGM Network page, make sure you click subscribe and hit that like button. If you're sitting there on YouTube, hit that like button. We would greatly appreciate it. All right, let's get to some line moves. We'll also look at some teasers. But first, Sam, let's hit on these line moves because I find it interesting. Handful of games, like almost half the card, we've seen significant line movement. A couple of games we've already addressed, which we will circle back to. But here's another one that we have not talked about. How about Buffalo? If I were to tell you there's reaction on Buffalo, I think you would probably assume it was that miraculous comeback and how great Josh Allen was in on the game. Oh, quite the opposite, my friend. It is on the Jets. It was a positive reaction for what we saw to Justin Fields. I don't know if it was the opener or the look ahead. I think it was the look ahead and the opener.
Was 7.5 in Vegas.
Oh, okay. So the look ahead was 8.5 on this game. They go through the 7. We are at 6.5. Am I insane for thinking, oh, that's 6.5? I just keeps flashing at me with the Bills. I know they're coming off a big game Sunday night, emotional high at home, all that stuff. But man, 6.5. Are people going too far in what Justin Fields did?
GRP's on the Jets. Does that change the way you feel?
It's it helps me get to what I was suggesting. Buffalo minus 6.5.
They're not losing the game, but I also don't want to put the Bills in Survivor. I need them. I believe, down the road. That would be a team I would not like to burn early. If I think they're my second, well, not think, I have them as my second best team in the NFL. It's funny how that works, though, that conversation about power ratings and all that, because I came into the season saying Baltimore 1 and Buffalo 2. And then Buffalo squeaks out a win over Baltimore. And you got guys on national TV. Now Buffalo's the best team and Baltimore's the 4th best team. Mm-hmm. Got it. That makes total sense. If anything, I think I was more impressed with the way Baltimore played for 3 quarters. But you got to finish in this league. I changed nothing in the power ratings. And if that game were to happen again tomorrow, the line would probably be the same. Right? I mean, if Baltimore's at Buffalo, what's the number? Baltimore would probably still be a very, very small favorite, -1, because Baltimore was in total control for, 45, 50 minutes. And I love Buffalo. That's my Super Bowl pick. Anyways, Buffalo wins. Buffalo teaser, Buffalo down to a pick'em. With what? What are you hooking Buffalo with? I would go, dare I say it? Dare I go Indianapolis 2.5 to 8.5 at home against Denver? A Buffalo-Indianapolis 6-point teaser. Who blows that one up?
Buffalo to Indianapolis. Indianapolis I had written down. I did not have Buffalo marked down. But I agree with it. Absolutely, I agree with it. Okay, let me throw a couple other teaser legs at you since you brought us there with Indy and Buffalo. Would you tease the Chiefs in Arrowhead getting 7.5?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Even though it's Philly on the other side, I'm like, I get Pat Mahomes, and I get more than a touchdown. All they do is play in one-score games. They finally lost a one-score game on Friday, but I don't see them getting blown out at home against the Eagles in
especially
week
at
number 2.
home.
Yeah.
I do remember, not to bring everything back to Buffalo, but I do remember last year I only teased Kansas City one time, and that was when they were catching 2.5 at Buffalo, and I knocked it up to 8.5. And that was the game that Allen had the rushing touchdown when all he had to do was go down, but he went in and he scored the touchdown at the end. I was so mad. I was so mad in that game because the Chiefs were inside the teaser the whole time. And then Josh Allen decided, I'm going to be the MVP. I'm going to actually score this touchdown from 30 yards or whatever on the ground. The things we remember, Joe, the things we remember. But to spin it forward, yeah, I mean, you could take that 1.5 through the 6 and 7. Yeah, that's a pretty good leg right there, buddy.
Okay, what about we were just talking about Tampa Bay, Houston. You can get Tampa Bay through the 3, through the 7 to the 8.5. Tampa Bay plus 8.5 at Houston. Is that a play against I say, weak Texans offense?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it makes total sense. I mean, that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You want to go through 3, 7, and I've talked more and more the last couple of years about getting through the 8 because the 8 is a lot more important now. The way teams go for 2, all that type of stuff. So yeah, that makes sense. Baker Mayfield in that offense catching over a touchdown. Yeah, I could be there for sure. You got 2 Monday night games this week. I just realized that.
I know.
A double header Monday night. How did I just realize that?
There's a handful of them this year. I want to say there's one in week 4 or 5 coming up as well. So yeah, week 2 they give us 2 Monday night games. The first one, the earlier start, and then I think 6 and 9 Central Time. Yeah, really 9, 10 Eastern for the second one. A bit much. Come on, we can do better than that. The only other teaser leg I wrote down, and I'm curious on your reaction because you're fading this team. You get New England up to 7.5 at Miami. What do you think?
I mean, it certainly changes the calculus, doesn't it? I like Miami just to win, though. I laid 1 yesterday. I would not I would not like Miami minus 7.5 for sure.
Okay. Yeah. No, definitely not. That would not be the case there. Some other line moves. Did you see they came in on Cleveland?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Paul was talking about this yesterday. Paul likes the points with Cleveland, right, Paulie? What'd you take 12? Or did you pull the trigger or are you waiting? Oh. The mute monster.
Damn.
I don't think there's always something on this show. It's always something.
Too early.
But I think this is a tricky. I mean, I don't know. Ravens hold on. This number's probably takes a couple points higher, but I don't know. Just double digits with that Browns defense just seems like a lot in a divisional game.
It is a lot.
Yeah. So I'll be considering the Browns. I don't think it's coming through double digits. I'll say that. I did. Look,
I thought Joe was going to say tease it through the 17. I was going to laugh so hard. Get it?
I'm in a 10-point teaser league.
He's got to do it.
Browns.
You got to do Browns.
Yeah,
you got to go 21.5.
I'm so jealous of this 10-point teaser league that you're in. It's so great. I mean, that's right in my alley. You know, that's right there for me.
You know what? Had 7 written down. 6 of them were good, but I put the Dolphins in as one of my 4. So we're off to a great start this year, guys. God, I'm annoyed.
So what has to happen? You have to hit every leg?
Yeah, and ties or losses. So,
like
2.5s are good, that sort of thing.
Right.
Oh, I used to hate when the bookie would do that. He let you tease, but then if you tied, you lost.
Yeah.
Which I later learned in life is not fair, but life also isn't fair.
Same thing in Survivor. Tie is loss. A way to get people knocked out.
It's not, though. It's not. You didn't lose. Yeah. That's not. That's stupid.
Yeah. You'll get like 1 or 2 ties all year. Oh, that's a bad. See, I haven't been knocked out that way. that would send me in a tailspin if I were to do that.
Don't think I've ever been knocked out on a tie. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, knock on wood for that.
Oh
Here
yeah,
we go.
don't do that. Another line move we need to talk about that we haven't. Like we hit on Detroit moving from 4.5 to 6. We talked about the Arizona move up to a touchdown at some spots. But what about this one? In favor of the Colts. See, this one I don't know. Because I was not impressed with Bo Nix in Denver. I don't think anybody was at all. And you have to be impressed with what the Colts did. They go from plus 3.5 to under a field goal down to, I see, 1.5 now against Denver. What do we think about that move? 2 points through the 3.
I understand the shortage of Bo Nix. I have my concerns, though, that this Denver defense is way too cheap. And look, the Colts were able to run the ball all day against Miami. Don't think that's going to be the case against Denver. And Denver perceptionally is a little bit low. I mean, we were talking yesterday. We had a national NFL writer on, Will Brinson. And he's like, I'm concerned about Bo Nix. There is such a thing, though, as over-concern. If everybody's concerned, I'm no longer concerned. So while I did just bring up the Colts in a teaser, getting through 7 and 8, it's a different story at Denver -2. It really is for me. And there's a 1.5 right now offshore. Man, that's a low number.
As a Denver hater, I'm going to be on the Broncos this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand. I understand why. Everybody, hey, it's still Daniel Jones. It's still the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, sack, fumble, scoop, and score. Like, that would concern me about a teaser. Like, that, I just think the Colts can do absolutely
Miami
nothing.
defense, that Miami defense to this defense, that is a world of difference. Joe O, Sammy P on BetSweats. If you've been watching on X, we'll continue for another hour. BetMGMNetwork.com. Check us out on YouTube as well. Eric Kratz, Foul Territory, drops by next. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, He damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding 2 Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom. All right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang. Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
You know, the Yankees, they're not a good team. I don't care what their record is. They have a lot of wild pitches. They make a lot of mistakes in the field. They don't run the bases very well. If they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to win.
They are down big against the Tigers tonight.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Wednesday throughout the baseball season, we get somebody from Foul Territory to hang out with us for a bit. You can catch their show weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Sam, that show's everywhere. A couple weeks ago, I'm sitting down for a haircut, middle of the afternoon, and bam, Foul Territory is on Marquee, the Cubs station here in Chicago. So this show is absolutely blowing up. This week, we have Eric Kratz on the show. Eric, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Tell me more about those haircuts. So exactly how does that go? I love hearing stories about things that I have no idea what is going on in those barbershops, salons.
Yes.
When's the last time you paid for a haircut?
Let's see. The Hair Corral in no. I'm sorry. In the big leagues, I got the Juice. He has tattooed the Juice on his eyebrow. In Miami, he gave me a haircut. He gave me like a hard part right here. He got me a fade and a faux hawk. I look pretty sick.
You didn't go by yourself. You didn't find the Juice by yourself.
No
Who took
way.
You?
No, the Juice is in the stadium. He was like Dontrell Willis's barber, and so when they built the new stadium in Miami, bang-a-rang, the Juice gets a little barbershop. Everybody uses it.
Wow.
I love this. I did not expect this start, but I love it and I applaud it. So I don't know if you remember, we had you on about 6 weeks ago, and Joe and I were saying eventually the Rangers are going to turn it up. And it may be too little too late. Obviously, they have some injuries to some of their big bats, but they are as right there as it gets. A game and a half out of the wild card. I know Evaldi's on the shelf. I know they have some issues, Seager and Simeon and all that, but can this team get in? Do you believe they will?
No, but that makes for a really short segment if I just say no. So honestly, like it's a little cringy that they have all these guys out and now they're doing well. It's not the Stars' fault. It's maybe the approach to how they're doing it in the sense of how do you build, if you're Chris Young, how do you build this roster? You need dudes that are, yes, experienced, yes, good at baseball. That's the only way you win. But maybe they need a little infusion and some energy. And I think that's what they tried to do when they brought over Jock Peterson. Yes, Jock Peterson hits a heater. Jock Peterson didn't hit any heaters. And when you go into a clubhouse where guys, Kevin Pillar came on our show and was like, you know what? It just seemed like everybody was kind of doing their thing. And then, boom, pregame, we would go out and stretch together. And that was one of the first times I saw my teammates. That doesn't mean they're not working. It doesn't mean they're not good players. It just means there's a sense of like to win in a big league season, you got to like kind of be around each other. You got to like pull for each other. I don't think there's anything nefarious, but you got to have that energy to come and beat the other team every single night, no matter what, especially when this lineup has been struggling for a majority of the year.
Let's talk MVP for both leagues. Last night, Schwarber, 50th bomb on the year. What a season he's put together. First time he's done it in his career. You got Cal Raleigh on the other side, 53 home runs on the year. So we live in the betting market. That's what we talk about every day. And the betting market is saying there is no way Schwarber is the NL MVP. And it's probably going to be Judge. Raleigh has a chance, but it's probably going to be Judge. What do you think about that? You got these guys like raking. They're going to end up, mid-50s at the very least. And it doesn't look like either will be MVP.
And that's okay because we clamor and crave for all-around hitters. We clamor and crave for guys who can do everything. Run, throw, hit, and hit for average. And the power's there. I get it. I can't discount a historic season by a catcher. I can't discount that if the Mariners didn't have Cal Raleigh, they'd be cooked. I mean, there's a chance because we talked about it out off the top. They could be cooked anyway. Like if they have a slide and the Rangers stay hot, they could be cooked. But when in the game, you're clamoring for all-around players, I have a hard time believing Aaron Judge does not win the MVP. He's the most valuable player. Do you want to give Cal Raleigh the award for historic season, top offensive season by a catcher, top home run season by Mickey Mantle? Like, he's just chasing Mickey Mantle's home run record for a switch hitter. Everybody needs to go and look at what his batting average was during that season. Does he have a lot of RBIs? Absolutely. That's why he is valuable to their team. Is Cal Raleigh the most valuable player in the league? I think the betting market got it right. I think it is Aaron Judge right now. But, man, I'm going to be excited to watch these last 2 weeks because Cal Raleigh's not going to hit over 250. And to win an MVP and not hit over 250 when somebody else has a almost 1,100 OPS, that's impressive. But Shohei, slam dunk. I even put in because I really like Kyle Schwarber and I like what he's done for this team. I even put in a little bet on Kyle Schwarber just so that I could say I had some money on Kyle Schwarber for the MVP when it was like at like, I don't know, like I think it was at like plus 1,000 or something. I'm like, yes, I just have to say I still didn't believe there was a shot because Shohei pitches and hits. He's the best player in the league. Until he is not pitching and hitting, he will be the MVP every single season. Sorry, lock it up. Write it down.
It just feels like, barring an injury, he's the guy. And he should be the guy, to your point.
If he hurts his right hand and he can't swing a bat, Shohei Ohtani will probably come out and be like a left-handed thumber. He'll probably just throw in curveballs and changeups and splitters. Like, that is what he is. He is that much better. And going back to the Judge part, Judge's OPS compared to Cal Raleigh's OPS, I just heard it yesterday, is the difference between Cal Raleigh and Jung Ho Lee. So that feels like that's how much better of a season Judge's having.
Speaking of awards that are probably over, given the price, Skeens is minus 10,000 to win the Cy Young. And we see Skeens today. He's pitching on the road in Baltimore. What's your favorite part about watching him work every fifth day?
I don't even think he's reached his peak yet. In an era where we watch pitchers that take a heavy ball, run as fast as they can, throw it up against the wall, and then they get on the mound and their first throw is like this like crow hop down the mound, and the catcher's like, I can't catch it. Like, he lives in an era where max effort on the mound is like mandatory. Like, if you don't, is this guy hurt? Does he not care? Does he not like the big leagues? And he does it at such ease. Like, he misses a spot and gets a strikeout, and you can like see he kind of like stares off into the scoreboard at PNC Park, and he's either thinking I could have been better than that, or he's thinking, man, I only have 4 years, 233 days left in this place. But it looks like it's so easy. And talking to people that worked with him before he even made it to the big leagues, his ability to take a baseball and, what happens if I grip the middle of the seam? And they're like, well, this happens. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to split it a little farther. Oh, now I have Johan Duran's best pitch, and he's the elite closer, but I'm going to throw it as a starter. We'll call it a splinker. Like, it's like, he's on another level right now. And to me, the way he throws, he may be, this is crazy to say, he may be averse to injuries, because it doesn't look like he is putting max effort in when he's out there, which is how you stay healthy.
Yeah, kids go nuts for, like, there's a ton of videos like what you're talking about, what you're doing right there with his different pitch grips. And yeah, he comes up with his own thing with a lot of them. And it isn't the typical kind of pitches that we all grew up learning. I was curious what you just said about how everything is max effort, right? Like, in the draft, those top end pitchers, you got to throw this hard. Like, I'll see it in social media because, I'm involved in baseball at a much younger level. Like, this guy's throwing this hard. If you want to play in high school, you've got to you got to throw this hard at this age and this hard at that age. And they haven't even hit puberty. And like, kids are stressing out about this. I grew up watching Greg Maddux. Like, is there room still in today's game, or will we go back there where can you pitch? How's your movement? I don't care if you can hit 98. How's your movement? I also watched, like almost every outing for Kyle Hendricks. Like, I think to him, like, he could get his fastball low 90s maybe, but he's a pitcher. He knew how to pitch. Do you feel now like teams are willing to work with those guys?
Willing to work with them? Yes. Willing to give them a long enough leash that I think a lot of guys need in baseball, because you're going to have ups and downs. Not everybody just goes to the big leagues. And my advice to pitchers, my advice to young pitchers, whatever it is, little league, going into high school, going into college, going into pro ball, whatever it is, know that you can throw the baseball hard. That's bar none what you have to do. You have to be able to touch 92. You have to be able to touch 95. Whatever it is, you're left-handed, maybe a little bit less. Know that you can throw hard. And then as soon as you can throw hard, be a little bit of a prude with it. Hold it back. Don't show everybody. Be like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? 86, 87, 86, 87. Now, on a high school, like talk about high school, now on a high school team, there might be 2, maybe 3 good hitters. Now, when you get in a jam and those dudes are up, bow, there's your 92. Bang, there's your 95. But that's not how it works. First pitch of the game. And I saw this with Noah Syndergaard, and I saw it early on in his career when he was having a lot of his injuries with DeGrom. First pitch of the game. Radar gun goes up. Well, I guess I got to throw it as hard as I can. Boom! 95. Wow, that's amazing. I just saw a kid. He just committed to Penn State. And the most impressive thing that I heard the Penn State pitching coach say to him was, you know what we really loved about your outing is you sat 88 to 90, you touched 92, but your last pitch of the game was 91 miles an hour. Like that whole inning, he sat 90 miles an hour. He didn't lose his velocity. If you come out, if you want to be a closer in high school, I promise you are not going to be a big league starting pitcher. That's not how it works. Like, you got to learn how to pitch, but you also got to learn the velocity. You got to go to somebody who can teach you how to pitch, because all these gurus, all these people who give you a heavy ball and they get the radar gun out and they slap your back and they take some smelling salts, they teach you how to throw hard. They don't teach you how to pitch. And you gotta definitely find somebody, and you got to figure it out on your own. But you don't have to pitch at 97 miles an hour. You can pitch at 90 if your peak is 97. Just know that it's there, and when they need it, there's a little gas face. We'll see you later.
Got about 2 minutes here, Kratz. Open-ended question. Who's the guy you can't wait to watch pitch this postseason? There's got to be one guy you can't wait for.
I want to see how the Dodgers use their rotation, but I want to see how they use Ohtani. Ohtani's production at the plate is significantly dropped the day he pitches and the next day. How are they going to use him? I want to see the numbers. If he throws 5 innings, does that leak into his offense for the next 2 days after he pitches? I really want to see him in the postseason, because anytime he's on, anytime it comes up in the 4 box and Shohei's on, hitting, pitching, whatever it is, I'm locked into that game. It's must-see TV.
You got a baseball there. When you were catching, what was your favorite pitch to call? Who threw it? What was the one that you went to when you needed a wipeout pitch?
I mean, I guess recency. I'm like, there's some pitchers who you're like, really doesn't matter what I call. Like Wade Davis in 2014, he had like 5 pitches, and some days he'd be like, I don't know, I don't want to throw the cutter today when he comes in to close it out. I'm like, all right, we won't. And then we get in a jam, and he's like, shaking. I guess he wants the cutter now. So that's a big one. But my most recency bias would have been Josh Hader. Josh Hader fastball just gets blown away. Just unless Carlos Martinez is up. No, not Carlos Martinez. Anyway, Martinez from the Cardinals. He could always hit a dinger off him, but that's it. Everybody would swing and miss at his heater. So Josh Hader's fastball.
All right, good stuff. Eric Kratz with us, Foul Territory. Check him out weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, Eric. We'll talk soon, all right, as we get closer to playoffs.
Enjoy your haircuts, guys.
Take care. There's Eric Kratz there. Some Major League Baseball inching closer and closer. Coming up next, let's get to back to some college football. How about that? Caroline Fenton will be joining us. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
20-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Dramatica for the win, and there it is. 18-16, the final score, and the Bulls explode off the bench.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Here we are again, Florida. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Let's talk some college football. Caroline Fenton, friend of the show, now joining us. She's got a brand new show, Yahoo Sports Daily, weekdays 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find that on the Yahoo Sports YouTube page. Good morning, Caroline. Thanks for joining us.
It is a good morning because have you seen the slate this weekend? In college and the NFL, we get Commanders, Packers on Thursday night, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, Georgia, Tennessee. I mean, like, the stories write themselves. It is a good morning when that is the week of football that we have upcoming.
I have learned many, many times it's really dumb to pile in against Nick Saban, and it's really dumb to pile in against Kirby Smart. Yet, here we are, Georgia, Tennessee. This number opened at 6 in Vegas. Georgia -6. Now we're down to 3.5. And I just warn people to be careful going against Georgia. I know they haven't played anybody yet, but I have learned my lesson going against those two guys. Are you surprised by this hellacious appetite to take Tennessee against Georgia?
I'm not surprised by it. And I would agree with you that betting against Kirby Smart many a times has caused me to go, stupid. Why would you do that? Why would you pick against Kirby Smart? I'm not surprised by it. Look, Tennessee has lost 8 straight to Georgia. Josh Heupel has never beaten Kirby Smart. And in every game that Josh Heupel has lost to Georgia, it's been by 2 touchdowns or more, even with some of those prolific Josh Heupel offenses that we've seen so far at Tennessee. It's crazy, staggering numbers, but it still doesn't surprise me. And I think it's because the vibes in Knoxville and the way that Tennessee fans, rightfully so, feel about their football team, all of the optimism in the world, right? Like we've seen Joey Aguilar make several throws in just 2 games that Nico Iamaleava would not have made or really didn't make last season at Tennessee. So this Josh Heupel offense feels like it's clicking so much more, at least the pass game is clicking so much more than it did under Nico. And then you look at Georgia, and I think there's maybe some confusion, maybe some frustration, maybe some lack of optimism about how dynamic this offense can be under Gunnar Stockton. It doesn't look as dynamic early as it did, say, under Carson Beck last season. So I think just based off the feelings alone, what we've seen so far from these two teams, I mean, Tennessee dropped 70 plus in their game this past week, where Georgia kind of stumbled at times against Austin Peay. That's not what you want to see against a team that has national championship hopes, that's going on the road in one of the most difficult places to play in all of college football, and Neyland Stadium. That's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. It's sold out already. They're checkering Neyland Stadium. Like, it's a special and intimidating place to play when you're a team that's struggling a little bit. So it doesn't surprise me, but even still, I just said it, I don't bet against Kirby Smart. When you play Georgia, the difficult thing is you are never going to, out-discipline Georgia. You're not going to out-physical Georgia, or at least it's really difficult to out-discipline or out-physical Georgia. The path that I see here for Tennessee is they're just better in the run game, that they're just, equaling the physicality on the lines of scrimmage, that I don't see Georgia turning the ball over, making silly mistakes, committing bad penalties that's going to, open up the door for Tennessee. In order to beat Georgia, you have to beat Georgia at their own game. And it's just hard for me to trust Tennessee doing that with the small sample size that we have of this version of the Vols.
I feel like everyone's going to have a pretty strong opinion on Miami, South Florida. Do you lean Miami brings USF back to reality? They're going to cover the point spread around 17.5 right now, or South Florida, they hang at the very least. They have a chance to do it again, and everybody's going to be talking playoff.
Oh, I wish so badly I could buy into the latter. Like, it's such an exciting Cinderella story, and I love South Florida's coach, Alex Golish. I think that he will have a Power 4 job here in the next couple of years. Like, I want so badly to root for that storyline, but I buy more into Miami brings them back down to earth, which is okay, right? South Florida has 2 top 25 wins through 2 weeks. They go into the Swamp, they get a win over the Gators. Like that in and of itself is a really impressive resume. And I think they, even with a loss to Miami, if they do lose to Miami, they still have a strong case to be the Group of 5 representative in the college football playoff. I think a couple things are at play here, though. Florida, you could make an argument, was possibly overlooking South Florida. Florida goes on the road to LSU this weekend. Maybe they were looking ahead to that game, a team that they knocked off last season. Jack Pyburn, a former Gator, transfers to LSU. That's a revenge game. That maybe they're overlooking South Florida. I don't think Miami, after South Florida did what they did last week, Miami is not going to overlook South Florida. And I think also the quarterbacks are at play. DJ Lagway, I think, has the potential to be a star in college football. But I think DJ Lagway is still kind of showing his youth. DJ Lagway is still showing his inexperience a bit, that Florida still is kind of struggling with the dinking and the dunking offensively. Well, Carson Beck has played a lot of college football, has seen a lot of college football. Carson Beck has the ability to take whatever the defense gives him. If it's dinking and dunking, that's exactly what Miami is going to do. Carson Beck also has that home run throw ability. So I think where DJ Lagway is still learning, he's still kind of green. I have optimism for DJ Lagway, but he's still learning at this point. Carson Beck is a vet, and he's not going to make some of those mistakes and is going to take what the defense gives him, which is not something that I could say about DJ Lagway at Florida. So Miami brings South Florida back down to earth, but it's still such a fun story in college football.
You brought up Lagway. We got Florida at LSU, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, Clemson, Georgia Tech. Those are 3 pretty high-profile games. Is there one that you're more excited about than the others?
Oh, they're all going to be good. I love anytime I get to watch Georgia Tech football. It's, smack you in the face, physical, like football guy, old school football kind of approach that Brent Key has brought to this program. And now whenever you see Georgia Tech on your schedule, you have to look at it and say, oh, great. Oh, we're going to play these guys. It's going to be smash you in the mouth kind of football. And I think the Georgia Tech game last year is the perfect example of that. I think we've maybe questioned some of the physicality on this Clemson team. Defensively, they didn't get a whole lot of push against an LSU offensive line that was replacing 4 starters. Maybe that Clemson defensive front is not quite as physical as we expected them to be going into the season. And on the other side, LSU's defensive front was able to make things really difficult for Cade Klubnik. So if Georgia Tech brings that same kind of physicality, I don't think that the talent level at Georgia Tech matches the talent level at LSU or really at Clemson for that matter, but just that level of physicality I think could make things difficult for Clemson. Florida and LSU, obviously, you can see the helmet behind me. I'm an LSU alum. I'm very excited for this game just as a fan, but I also think that this is going to be a prove it kind of opportunity for Brian Kelly and for LSU. If you want to be a national championship contender, which is exactly where LSU wants to be, it's where they think they should be. Well, you have to beat teams like Florida that just got by South Florida at home when you get them in Death Valley. So this is, I think, a good test and a good roadblock for this LSU team of just how competitive can they be, not just in the SEC, but nationally.
With Caroline Fenton, Yahoo Sports Daily, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Notre Dame back in action. We saw in the first weekend, they end up losing in a close game against Miami, put up a good battle on the road. They go on by, and they've been stewing over this one. So now they're sizable favorites at home under the lights against Texas A&M. Caroline, the number is 6.5. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, this spread just feels a little bit too big, in my opinion, for 2 teams that are built to run the football, 2 teams that play really good defense. We saw a really low-scoring affair last year. And I get it that Notre Dame's probably been stewing on the Miami loss for the last 2 weeks. Why anybody has a bye in week 2, that's beyond me. That's a conversation for a different day. So I do think that there's probably that revenge factor that they've probably in that locker room been talking about this game for now 2 weeks. So there is an element to that, to building that up, to fixing the mistakes that maybe plagued them in week 1 against Miami. But I also don't think that Texas A&M is going to let what lost them this game last year happen again this year. And that was kind of falling apart defensively in the second half. When you have Mike Elko, a defensive-minded head coach, I think you're going to see much more clean football this go around. This game, though, to me is which quarterback do you trust more? Marcel Reed, who's really coming into his first year as a starter. We saw him get some starts last year. He got some play last year, but this is really now he is the guy. Same thing with CJ Carr at Notre Dame. We've seen a couple of these guys make some mistakes early, not be able to pull away. Texas A&M wasn't able to pull away in their first couple of weeks, but which quarterback either can step up more or makes fewer mistakes, I think is going to be the difference in this one. But I still think just with the mentality and the identity of these two teams, it'll be a low-scoring affair. So I would take Texas A&M with the points, but I do think Notre Dame is going to be able to pull this one out at home.
I've aligned myself with Carson Beck. I did that back in the summer at a pretty nice price. Joe has started the double dip on Mateer at Oklahoma. So we have picked our sides as of now. Your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there, but is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet, maybe?
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, the foundation from that national championship run that we might see a whole lot of Julian saying going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
Oh, okay. You also cover some NFL, live in Charlotte. Yep. And we were talking about the Bryce Young reaction, what we've seen, like Arizona now favored by 7. It was just 4.5. And now people are so out on the Panthers. It's gone all the way to 7. So how bad is it locally?
It's pretty rough. And I think there was a lot of optimism in the offseason. I actually had a plumber, just bought a new house, had a plumber over, and he was asking me all these questions about, Bryce Young and the Panthers. Could they be a dark horse to win the NFC South? And I was like, John, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, but no. But that was the feeling, right? There was optimism, and rightfully so. We saw so many great flashes from Bryce Young at the end of last season. So I think even just that optimism was rooted in something that was very, very fragile. It was just like, we hope that this could happen. We hope these things come together. We hope that Teteroa McMillan can add that next level to this offense. We hope that, maybe the drops start to dissipate a little bit this season. And in just 1 week, it's like, great, we suck again. Everything that we thought could change in the offseason, at least in 1 week, hasn't. That's not to say they can't figure things out over the next 16 weeks, but not a whole lot of optimism happening here in Charlotte.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like, when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic. And I think it's the perfect, perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
I win the Powerball. Sports is the last thing I'm thinking about. The only thing is I'm quitting my job first. Like, that's first.
Like, what can I buy? Like, not who can I buy out.
Sorry, Sam.
Good to know, Joe. Bad. Good to know. Yep.
Oh, yes, I would assume the same
I don't
for you
blame
if you
you.
win the Powerball. Did you really hold your plumber's hand? Just to
I
break
did
the
not,
news?
but I did.
Okay.
I just kind of verbally just kind of talked
Yes.
him down a little bit. Like,
Consoling.
hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna verbally console you. Lovely man, highly recommend. But yeah, it was just and he's also a North Carolina fan as well. And so this was pre UNC
Oh, no.
getting their butts whooped by TCU. And he asked me, like, do you think Bill Belichick still has it? And I said, again, I'm gonna verbally hold your hand when I say this. No, it's gonna be a disaster. So
Might be a rough
everybody
year.
T's and P's to all the Panther and Tar Heel fans out there.
For sure. Caroline Fenton, thank you for joining us. Check out Yahoo Sports Daily. Good stuff there on college football and, of course, the NFL. Joe, Sammy P, Lightning Bets are next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Few terrific guests with us today. Just heard from Caroline Fenton on college football. We had Nate Collins on the NFL earlier in the show. Also, Eric Kratz. Loved it. Had a baseball in his hand the entire time. He was ready to talk ball. He's got some strong opinions. He's always fun jumping on the show as we get closer and closer to the playoff picture. Joe O, Sammy P, lightning bets in just a quick moment. But first, Sam, I saw this and I wanted Paul to jump on to read the entire list because it is something that we've been referencing as we're getting ready for Thursday Night Football. Big matchup. Can't wait for it. Much better than what we saw last Thursday, even though that ended up being a pretty close game. Paul, please share the top 5 of the athletic power rankings because I think Sam will be interested in this list.
Part I actually liked about this the most is how hard it was to find. Most of the time I clicked on
I
it
know.
said 404 not found, and I was like, maybe they're embarrassed and they took them down. Eagles, number 1.
Can you tell me who wrote this, first off?
Chad Graff, who I believe has a Minnesota background, and Josh Kendall.
Okay. Eagles.
Okay, yeah, it's these two guys. All right, from first to worst, top 5. Eagles. Last week they were number 1 for reference. Number 2, Packers, up from number 3 last week.
Two?
Number 2. First impression, the defense is impressive. Thanks, back to you. Once
Was
Parsons
that the breakdown?
is comfortable. First impression, that's word for word. The defense is impressive. Parsons. Once Parsons is comfortable, looked out. It's going to get spooky. That was a quote from Rashawn Gary. Once he and I figure some stuff out, watch out. It's going to get spooky for sure.
Okay, so after watching Sunday night, they decided that the 2 best teams in the NFL are in the NFC.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm actually very mad right now, but I'm keeping my cool.
Okay.
You may see that $100 free bet I mentioned. You may see that in a Washington same game parlay at the end of the segment. Bills. Last week, number 4. They're up to number 3.
Okay.
Chargers, number 4. Up
oh my God!
I thought that would do it.
From 4 up to 4? They went up 8 spots?
Yeah.
Because they beat Kansas City and Brazil, who loses worthy early in that game, who was clearly going to be a big part of their game plan. Chargers 4. Sam, don't worry. You haven't missed anything. We have not moved on from this Chargers 4 spot.
The Chargers are better than the Ravens?
Oh, Sam, you don't even want to know where the Ravens are. You don't even want to know. We'll get there. Spoiler, it was not in the top 5.
This is awful.
Wow. Number 5.
5.
I mean, this is good for us tomorrow night, I guess. Washington.
Okay.
Is the defense better, or were they just playing the Giants?
They want me to pay for this?
No, I might cancel my subscription. I've been canceling a lot recently.
Not subscribed.
Hold on.
Don't
we
plan
gotta
on
keep
it.
going. All
Okay.
right.
No, we don't. Actually, we don't.
Where's
content,
Baltimore?
I think we should.
Tell us where
6,
Baltimore is.
49ers. 7, Ramley.
Where's Baltimore?
8, Ravens.
So those 7 teams would all be favored over Baltimore on a neutral? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of dumb stuff. This is stupid. This list sucks. I'm angry. I'm very angry right now. I don't know why, but I'm angry.
Where's Detroit?
9
Bengals, 10 Chiefs, 11 Bucks, 12
Oh, the
Vikings,
Bengals are better than the Chiefs?
Because they beat the Browns when they shouldn't have.
13 Steelers, 14 Lions.
14?
15 Broncos. 16 Colts, up from 28.
28-16? Oh, talk about overreaction. This is terrible. Who in the bottom 10 has no business being there?
We might have to do this on a weekly basis.
I need a screenshot of this list so I can tweet out that I've read the worst list of my entire life.
I was thinking the same thing.
I need somebody to give me a graphic of this list because obviously you can't screen grab a whole story. I think you're right, Paul. I think somebody was embarrassed at this list, and that's why we're getting a 404 error message.
He found it eventually.
I mean, yeah, we could definitely take some Dolphins, number 32, obviously overreaction down from 19.
32. They're not the worst team.
They're worse than the Saints.
Right. Bottom up, it goes Dolphins, Giants, Saints, Panthers, Patriots, Titans, Browns.
Patriots are what number?
28.
So now we're going too far the other way. I'd like to. Where did they have them before?
23. So bottom 10.
Oh, okay. They weren't that high on them. Okay.
No.
So usually when I go to the gym, I have a nice mix of playlists. I've been very fond of the Rocky IV playlist the last month or so, but I shake it up quite a bit. I might now just start reading the athletic power rankings before I go to the gym because I feel like I could take down Tyson. That's how mad I am right now.
This is awful.
It's pretty bad.
It's fireable. Honestly.
Hey, tough industry.
The take is so bad.
Tough industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, that's ridiculous. Does it get you clicks? Maybe that was the focus, but this is rough.
Can you again just say, according to The Athletic, the Baltimore Ravens are the blank best team in the NFL? One more time, just so I have this right.
8th.
Which teams are
no credibility? None.
Where was Kansas City again?
Chiefs were 10th.
10.
Yeah.
So we got 9 teams
there's
in the
9,
NFL better
Yep,
than
there's
the
9 teams better than the Chiefs right now. 100%. I did not know about this list. I swear. This is a natural reaction. I knew nothing about this. I'm very triggered right now. Very triggered.
So I saw somewhere that the Athletic had the Packers too, and that's all I knew. And so I was like, Paul, can you find this list? Because if they got the Packers too, what are we doing here? I didn't know about this other stuff.
Chargers 4th. Rams 7th.
Yep, definitely. Yep, the Rams are definitely better than the Ravens. 100%.
So good. So good.
Colts 16th.
Yeah.
From 28.
Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. This is Bet Sweats. That's over at BetMGM with your MLB parlays. Sammy P, can you pull yourself together and give us your lightning bets for today?
I'm looking at a parlay against the Packers and against the Chargers. That's where I'm at. Okay, so I get the Raiders at home as a 3.5-point dog, and the Commanders on the road as a 3.5-point dog. Let me do that parlay real quick. I like the Commanders. I'm going to just do what Joe said, and let's just bet the 3.5 now. So that's my lightning bet. But after hearing that horrendous list, all I want to do is moneyline parlay the Commanders and the Raiders. And that would give me plus 550. Let's do that too, because I'm pissed off. Let's go Commanders and Raiders moneyline parlay. Small, little bet to win a lot. Pizza money bet, Joe.
Pizza. All right, we're on the same page. I also had the Commanders written down, and Commanders, I'm worried that we're going to lose to 3.5. That's where I'm going. And Paul gave out the other one yesterday. We're on the same page with that one as well. I'm worried about losing 2 3.5s at some point today. It's Washington and Jacksonville. Washington 3.5 tomorrow. night in Green Bay, and Jacksonville on the road getting 3.5 at Cincinnati. So I want to lock both of those in before we end up losing that hook, because that would really piss me off. If we're talking about something, I want to bet it, it's a dog I like, and then I wait too long for no reason, and that now I'm getting +3 instead of +3.5. Paul, what do you have?
All right, so using this free bet that I talked about tomorrow night on a Commanders taking down this impressive Packers defense. So tell me which leg you hate. Commanders money line, Jaden Daniels over 1.5 touchdowns, passing touchdowns. Scary Terry, touchdown. He's one of those two, or one of those more than two. Jaden Daniels, 300+ passing yards. Comes in at +2,200.
I like it. It's correlated. I'll tell you that. You're not going too far and, let me get some Packers stuff in here. Let me do any of that. Sounds like you're correlated to a Washington alt, honestly. Do you want to do money line?
Careful, Paul. They are the second best team in the NFL.
And the defense is impressive. Quote.
Is Chad Graff coming on the show tomorrow?
No.
We got an open slot. Let me reach out.
No. I'll be sick tomorrow if he's on the show. I'm sick right now.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. We thought the top 25 voter in college football that we didn't even get to was bad. How about this? Jake.
Guess where Chad Graff went to college?
Where?
Northwestern.
Wisconsin.
Oh, look at Sam's doing a deep dive on Chad Graff. Go ahead, Jake.
Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I like a bunch of dogs today. Give me the Rangers, the Astros, and the White Sox. And I think Mike Trout gets to 400 home runs tonight. 2 home runs for him is 27-1.
Ooh, he needs 2?
He's at 398.
Doing it?
I am betting
All right.
it. He goes against Taj Bradley, who loves to serve up a home run.
All right, very good. We've got 10 Toes Down tomorrow. It's a 10 Toes Thursday. Gertch has been ready for days. I can't wait. Join us 9 a.m. Eastern, the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.